There we go. Hopefully you guys can hear me. My sound has been a little bit wonky this week. A lot of things have been going on my PC for some reason. I don't know why. But hey, I think I've got it fixed. Looks like it's coming through. So, Hurta, you just finished all your guides for the day. Nice! I have not been able to do much. Been pretty much stuck. Oh boy. This has been another one of those, if everything could go wrong, it goes wrong weeks. It's alright though. Work be a little bit like that. Something that's been pointed as how big... Oh, how much she's changed. Yeah, I mean, a year does a lot, I guess, for, you know, characters in that era. Rent's due, paid rent, now broke. That's gonna be me in a couple days, probably. Rent's due, it comes, and then boom. They get you. We pull for Kisaki when she comes. I don't know. I've not really used much of Shanhaijing. I mean, I did finally level, like, a few. I think right now, well, if it wants to, oh, it's like, come on. I'm gonna show it. Okay, let's not be blind this time around. I think I have a few of them leveled. Probably the bottom right there, yep. So I have these 5, so Mina, Saya, Saya Casual, both Sayas, Shun, and Rumi. I have very little Shanhaijing. Or Shanhaijing. There's an A there, not an I. Mina is like the most leveled of the group anyway. I think I used her for this event specifically because I needed the stuff. The story will make you want for her. Oh, really? Time to be self-sufficient. Yeah, I mean, I do okay with that. I do okay. Still some stuff I need to do, or I need to figure out, but I think I'm in pretty good shape. Blech. I cannot speak today for some reason. Mina Momotag would be hilarious. Would it now? I mean, you guys said she was like the Aru of Shanhaijing. So, I mean, if that's the case, then it should be pretty funny. So, oh boy. But yeah, I don't have a lot of characters from this particular school. How many am I actually missing? I think I'm missing, what, 3? It's like 3 is the right number. 2. Is it really just 2? No, there's got to be at least 1 or 2 I've done. Is it really just 2? I feel like it's off. I feel like I'm missing somebody else. No way is it just 2. I really feel like looking at this like there's gotta be more than that. There has to be. Now you still have big Shun. Yeah, I don't have normal Shun. I never got normal Shun. Yeah, Josiah. I've got her. She's one of the more common characters I have. Actually, didn't I get a copy of you recently? Well, I have 90 of your elifs. So that's all. That's all. Oh, really? Okay, maybe not. I thought I could have sworn there was at least like 1 or 2 more. Also, my nose is a little bit stuffed up, but I should be fine. The rat. Yep, the rat. But yeah, I think I just haven't really leveled them. I kind of want to, because I actually do kind of like Rumi. But, yeah, never really got around to it. A lot of the other schools kind of mattered more. I think I've just now started to get most of the Arius squad. I think I'm actually still... Do I not have a single... No way. Do I not have either Sayori? It's grouped by academy, so no, I don't have either Sayori. Huh. Oof. Still wait for Toki. Yeah, it's like, I think I have most of the, like, well, okay, to be honest, the twins, I like the twins, so I kind of am a bit more biased towards trying to acquire them both. Also, I think they're both Sonic, so Sonic's a whole different thing, which is really funny. This lore accurate Sayori. She will send me a mobile talk when she is ready. And by that, she probably has already sent it to me and I still haven't read it. I'm gonna roast myself here for that. This number keeps going up even though I don't want it to, but it do. Red Winter does have a lot more though. Like they've got, what is it, Tomoe and Marina? Is it Marina? I want normal version of her though, because that version of her is so goofy. And it froze already. That did not take long. Oh my goodness. That one froze too. Oof. That's all I can say is just oof. Actually, kind of, I haven't really looked at their whole spreads for it. Man, her arms are very thin. No, it's fun. Oh no, she's great. Her normal variant is hilarious. The other one, oh, I can't do that. I have to go click this and then click on her. Tomoe is Tomoe. Oh, she's a mystic. Oh, so I probably have a substantially easier time of collecting her than Miss Pierce. Oh, you're piercing. Ah, bane of my existence. I do not like trying to pull for piercing. That is like the end of me if I try that. Mystic and Sonic is generally pretty good. Explosive is mid. I don't want to think about piercing. Cope. It's not, I mean, is it really, I don't know. Is that cope if I just don't want anything to do with it? I don't really know where does the line between cope and not interested in I mean, I could get her. If I absolutely wanted to, I could get her. I don't wanna. I have too much mystic. That's a different type of problem. That is a very, very, very different type of problem. So, anyway, I just want to get to this event. I know I've got an AL stream coming tomorrow, and I'm gonna be doing a lot tomorrow, so it might be a little bit long one, but after this week, I will be getting a little bit of a break and being on a little bit of a trip with family, so I won't be able to do a whole lot, which I think that's okay, because I think the AL event will be covered. Blue Archive's got one ongoing right now, and it'll end next week. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. So, but yeah, it's gonna be a little rough. I kinda needed a vacation though, so I'll take what I can get. Work's just gonna have to be like, well, we got this, I think. JFL 2 has a new event coming up. Yeah, but JFL 2 usually has it's like a month-long event. Will you be doing AL tomorrow earlier? I'll see. It's been a little bit rough getting, off work early. So, it might be a little bit rough. I'll see. Worst case scenario, I might go later. I don't want to go super late because I still have to work on Friday, but I'll do what I can. Probably end up just sleeping on the plane and stuff, which I'm not looking forward to planes. Ugh, being tall sucks when you're on a plane. Oh boy. It's a whole different beast. But yeah. Oh, Total Assault's open. I see. Alright, well, let's cover some event shenanigans. Let's go see what's going on in Shanhaijing. For the Red Winter to be there.
とっても可愛いと思いませんか？私も似合ってるですか？それはありがとうございます。
She's just like, if you see Chirino in it. No, I haven't actually, but maybe soon. I love this little currency, the little Kisaki ball. It's such a goofy little thing, but it is a, there are no words. There is no words. You have beef with Red Winter. Uh-oh. Any advice in software engineer? Oh. Well, the biggest one I would say is, you're probably going to be learning a lot of frameworks as you go. So, it's probably going to be a little bit rough, but, just, well, what's the best way to put this? Be prepared to learn at least 1 or 2 new things every year. Which is, I mean, that's a cool thing, because you're always going to be learning stuff, and how to use stuff, and how to work with things, but, you know, that's probably the biggest thing I would say is get comfortable with constantly learning, which is really, really, really cool. Suffer. No, do not, well, I mean, some days it might be suffering, but other days it should be fine. There's the fun, there is the fun of being a software engineer, which is you get to start making stuff, and that's when you just like, oh, I can do this, then this, then this. Yeah. Making things is actually a lot of fun. Hey, Ovio. Welcome. So China and Russia event for the Soviet, yeah. Well, yeah, fair. I was gonna say, it's kind of, wouldn't necessarily say exactly Russia. It's probably more like USSR than it is, well, maybe? I don't know. They made that one into merch and then just sold out the moment it appeared. Oh, really? Wait, the Kisaki ball was actually merch? That's hilarious, actually. Anyway, a letter from a faraway place. It's all suffering. Yes, previously on Blue Archive. The 10,000-year ginseng, a specialty good from Shanhaijing, has been smuggled off somewhere off campus. Oh, it's this. Right. This is from the other event. So when they're doing all that investigation. Is this girl in NPC jail still, or does the other servers already have her out? I have no idea. She's in JP. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure, because I was curious. She's still in NPC jail in Ian. Yeah, I expect that, at least. I was just curious if she was in NPC jail or if she was not. Her lobby is very... Oh no. I worry. Reijo is coming with Kisaki. Oh, okay. Gotcha. 10,000 year ginseng. Because it's so hard to grow, its distribution and use are strictly controlled, and the export of the ginseng is forbidden. Rumor has it that the Black Tortoise Promenade has been smuggling 10,000 year ginseng off campus. Ginseng? I never can say that one right. Shanhaijing's equivalent to the student council is known as the Genrumon. The president, Ryuge Kisaki, named the Black Tortoise Promenade as the culprit. The 10,000 year ginseng is rare, even in Shanhaijing. Nobody can harvest it without our permission. For a rare specialty such as this to be shipped outside of Shanhaijing, without our express approval, unthinkable. Genrumon cannot let this go unpunished. The Black Tortoise Promenade must answer for it. Is this where they found out, like, if I remember, wasn't this like some different group was scapegoating them to do it? I don't remember. It's been a while since this event. I'm trying to remember the exact order of events with this previous one. is I think both groups were at each other's like throats. Genrumon and Black Tortoise Promenade. I'm trying to remember what exactly it was. Jury gets a striker ult. Really? They tried to use the Plum Blossom kid. Yeah. And it's a 7 deadly prisoner. Oh, okay. So it's the one in here. Okay. Black Tortoise Promenade's leader, Akashiro Rumi, requested the help of Shale Sensei in order to prove the Promenade's innocence. I have a, let's say, request or a commission. The Black Tortoise Promenade needs your help. However, the culprit smuggling the 10,000-year ginseng was revealed as none other than an officer of Genrumon itself. I need your position, and to get it, I needed money. I heard about someone outside of Shanhaijing who wanted to get their hands on some 10,000-year ginseng. Uh-oh. The outsider who bought the illicit ginseng from a Genrumon officer was a Shanhaijing exile who had been ousted for distributing illegal drugs and elixirs. I cannot read today. Oh boy. It was none other than one of the 7 prisoners, Shin Tanikai. That's right, her. Little matter. I already gathered enough ginseng to finish my latest concoction. Still, I'm disappointed that I didn't get to collect more data. This picture gets me every time. Oh, she's asleep. Truly needs a holiday. It'd be like that. No, you can't, Tomo. If you build a dam up on the pudding river, it'll stop the flow of pudding and no one will be able to eat it. But the Castella strawberry milk and banana looks eclairs. Cherno, are you still asleep? She is so happy. She's always so adorable when she's sleeping. Time to get up, Cherno. 5 more minutes. Tomoe, what's going on? I told you not to wake me during nap time. I'm afraid your scheduled nap is over. Already? That's a mood. Alright, in that case, I'll be extending my nap time today. Wake me up in 5 more minutes. I swear I didn't read it! Wake me up in 5 more minutes, or in 5 minutes, Tomoe. But Cherno, I mean, greatly Cherno, we just received some very important documents for your eyes only. Documents? You can't handle those, Tomoe. Wait, you can handle those. Unless there's been another attempt at a coup d'etat. Not quite. I received a missive from the Shanhaijing Academy Student Council. Shanhaijing Academy? Not the 5 more minutes. So much for that 5 more minutes. Oh, must be a request for an exchange meeting. I'll allow it. It's the perfect opportunity for me to show up my grand generosity. I expect it will be quite the undertaking for students of Shanhaijing to travel all the way to Redwinter. Actually, it's probably the other way. I think it's the other way around. Contrary, great leadership. We were invited to visit them. What? You mean we had to leave Redwinter and travel to Shanhaijing? I believe so. What a pain. Think about it this way, Cherno. It's the perfect excuse for a trip. A trip? I see. I understand very well. I will personally accept this request and ensure that this exchange meeting with Shanhaijing is a rousing success. I would expect nothing less from our great leader. I do not doubt that your dignified countenance will serve as a model for us all. The most loyal of subjects, Tomoe. What if Tomoe is just waiting for the right moment to strike, and then boom, is leader Tomoe. Secret levels of glaze. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, that would just make Cherino cry, eh? Ah. Like usual winter events. Yeah, pretty much, right? You know, everyone's trying to get there, including the one person that's like, down with the leader. We demand a 3-day work week. You got a 3-day work week. We demanded 2. I just get Tomoe as leader. She's already handling all of the leader work. Yeah, I mean, she kind of really is. She would be competent at least. Ah, gotcha. She gives propaganda. No, so the chief of sanitation is mentioned. Yep. Of course. After all, I am one Winters, student council president, chief beautification officer, main secretary, chief of sanitation, athletics club captain, head of all the prefects, chief of sanitation, you said it twice, and the maven of meal service. More recently, I was selected as this month's most excellent pudding gourmet and even the director of custom. Am I even saying this word right? What is that? I don't think I've actually ever heard of whatever this is. Oh, it's a sponge cake. Okay, never mind. That actually kind of makes sense. As you say, great leader Cherino. Didn't even say anything about the double sanitation. Didn't even say a thing about the double sanitation. But Tomoe, I have a query. What is it? This Shanhaijing place. Where exactly is it? Pulls out map. I'm glad you asked. Butterflies? Oh god. Knowing the usual quality of translation, it's hard to know that if they actually meant to put it there twice for the translation. Honestly, considering how Cherino is, I feel like that would be something she would actually say. She do be a bit goofy like that. Like there are certain characters that I would expect that I could at least see doing it. And what's really funny too is I know that she probably wouldn't bother to correct her on that. Unless it was something that she like truly cared about, which was like her mustache. Which is so it's like I feel like Tomoe would not, like, even if she said it 2 or 3 times, she'd just be like, yep, that's my leader. The simping is strong. Actually, I don't know if it's simping or something else. Consider how important it is to tell people they must clean their latrines. Yeah, and people don't want to do it. Butterflies and dreams in the same place, wind chimes into... No, please, I don't need... No, I don't need wind chimes. No, please. Not the wind chimes. The moon had a mustache. Tap Tomoe multiple times, okay.
仙外峡の公園は広くて綺麗ですね。街頭演説にぴったりです。ここでチェリの会長の偉大さを語るのは外交問題になってしまいますよね。変わるもの、変わらぬもの。
I could see that mushroom man though.
選ぶのは難しいですね。
Yeah, it is a typo. Alright, fair enough.
学園は変わっていくばかりではありますが、先ほどルミ会長から安眠効果のある茶葉をいただきました。今晩はこちらでチェリノちゃんにミルクティーを入れようと思っているんです。伝丹術研究会という部活で
She kind of just come off kind of like a motherly figure to her for some reason.
これは記録しておか
I
ない
don't know what I'm
とです
supposed to be
ね。
looking for.
仙外橋の公園は広くて綺麗ですね。
It doesn't seem like it's
街
anything
頭演
crazy.
説にぴったりです。ここでチェリの会長の偉大さを語るのは外交問題になってしまいますよね。
I've not really heard Tomoe's voice this much, so that is what it is. It would have been on character for Cherry to know that. Oh no, it absolutely would have been. She's crazy, I tell you. Seducing the way. Ah, this song. Watch your hand spruce yourself up. Those are some very heavy footsteps for... Those are some pretty, mechanical heavy footsteps. The president is coming! The president is coming! Thank you for responding to our summons on such a short notice, Sensei. Of course, I rarely receive such polite and elegantly written messages. Something told me I shouldn't ignore this matter. These are both very different tones. This one feels as if there is he has a reason, and there's also just glazing Kisaki. Do we glaze Kisaki, or do we just say, I shouldn't just ignore this matter? Seems important enough. They've mastered Yuka's 100 kg ability from the... There's two. The Kisaki bowl. Alright, fine, we'll do this one. Looks like chest has two. Is that so? Wasn't aware our message was different from any others that we send. But back to the point. The reason, it seems like it was illusion of choice, but that makes sense. It's on brand for Blue Archive. Most of the fan base would glaze Kisaki. I wouldn't be surprised. But back to the point. Reason... Didn't you just say that word? No, never mind. The reason I called you here is because I must ask a favor of you in the name of Genramon. They probably don't like that. As you may have surmised, this isn't a personal matter. It is a formal request issued from the president of Genramon to Shell Sensei. Shanhaijing will have an exchange meeting with Red Winter in the near future. So she really was serious about that. I'm sure the president has her reasons. We are in the presence of the president. Hold your tongues. Doesn't seem we can speak freely here. I anticipated this. I have no choice. Sensei, please join me in my office. Madam, please reconsider to invite an outsider to the... Kakaku is... Yes, doing such a thing violates the very foundations of our traditions and authority. It even threatened the safety and, closely guarded secrets of Genramon. I'm pretty sure, like... What are we gonna do with it? Even if the General Student Council was a bit more favorable towards other schools, I'm pretty sure Sensei is definitely not going to be that type of person. He is far from that type of person anyway. It should have been me! Genramon members coping right now. It should have been me, not him, me! Yet I sense more than concern in your words. Are you implying that Shale Sensei is a complete outsider? If that is indeed your intention, then upon what authority are you making such claim? That's... You already have received Sensei's help with the 10,000-year ginseng incident. That much is a matter of record. Furthermore, repaying an act of kindness is one of Shanhaijing's storied traditions, is it not? Please forgive our impudence. We are humbled by your wisdom. Please follow me inside, Sensei. Yes, about that. I will personally escort Sensei inside. You may be at ease, Mina. Madam President, are they discussing something beyond even the executive officer? What kind of top secret information is being traded in this meeting with Red Winter? We shall take our leave then. No one will cross our line of protection. Madam, madam. She's just like, wait, no! Shall we? I really kind of like she does give Hina vibes a bit. Not necessarily in the sense of like, you know, needing to be pampered. I've yet to see that. But more on like she's very, I mean, aside from obviously the short stature of, you know, just her being kind of a small girl, she's basically in the exact same situation where a small girl, but definitely very, very committed and very focused on stuff, which is not a bad thing. She does have a very what's the best way to describe it? It's kind of like that, you know, she's hardworking, I guess. Small girl, but lots of response. Yeah, exactly. Did you know that Hina and Kisaki's birthday is the same? Oh, really? That is actually kind of funny. Is Rio the only head of academy isn't a small girl? Wait, no way is that. Nah. Nia. I'm pretty sure Nia is going to break that. And Nagisa. So Trinity, Hyakyako, and Millennium are all in that grouping. Am I trying to think off the top of my head? Technically, Gehenna isn't, because it's Makoto. But, I mean, who do we say really controls? I mean, Makoto, yeah, sure, but I feel like Hina carries a lot more than Makoto ever does. Yane technically, but only for a day. For sure. Trinity has 2 out of 3. Yeah, I guess that is true, let's say. Ibuki. Oh, Ibuki control. Ibuki. You know what? That's a very good point. Makoto will do what Ibuki wants. If Ibuki wants pudding, Makoto will get it. Hina does carry Gehenna pretty hard, though. The great Ibuki. Exactly. Why don't I ask why you went in Kisaki's bedroom? This is supposed to be her office, but I guess we're here. No, I didn't really think about that. Anyway, I apologize for the less than satisfactory reception, Sensei. It would please me to know your heart is at ease. It's fine, but what is the scent in this room? You noticed that. The Eastern Alchemy Society insisted that I use this particular incense. I'm told that it is a medicinal scent that calms the nerves and aids the body's healing cycle. But I can't be certain of its efficacy, okay? If it bothers you, Sensei, I would be happy to extinguish it. No, that's alright. It smells quite nice. I see. Then I'm relieved. Now, I'd like to cut to the chase if you don't mind. I guess there was no need for the preamble. Of course, you'd say of course. I don't know why that sentence was so weird to read. Fufu. Oh no. Don't tell me she's a fufu. As you know, I would like to discuss my thoughts about this exchange meeting with the Red Winter Federal Academy. You can just hold an You can just hold an exchange here, can't you? I mean, yeah. No, we say, but of course. Fair point. This is not Kufu. Yeah, you know, that's a certain other gremlin. And now AL has the same gremlin. She is never going to escape those allegations. Yes, that would make the most sense. Yet, it's also not easily accepted here in Shanhaijing. What I mean is, let me put it this way. Oh yeah, because they're all about like traditions and stuff, and they probably aren't big on working with other schools. Yeah. I literally said that as I was reading it. Considering like the whole thing about Genrymon is like traditions, and if their tradition is they don't interact with schools that much, this definitely is a break of that tradition, which is kind of, I think, it kind of goes against Genrymon, which makes sense why there might be some opposition to this. Really? Yes, the reason it doesn't cause unease is mostly due to the fact that the outsiders are allowed entry through the Black Tortoise Promenade. However, that only means that no one actively prevents any outsiders from visiting Shanhaijing. This exchange meeting, well, an invitation for an outside academy to visit Shanhaijing is historic in its rarity. Is there a reason you've avoided contact with the outside? There was no grand reason, only wish to minimize any disruptions to Shanhaijing's history and traditions. That's Genrymon in a nutshell. Tomoe, what's Shanhaijing known for? What kind of place is it? She's like, I'm going on a vacation. Yay, look at how happy she is. Look at how happy this creature is. Interschool interactions besides standard tourism just might not be all that usual in Kyoto's either. Yeah. Well, is it? I mean, at that point, Hyakuyaku is kind of the exception then. Because, like, they kind of are, they're big on it, aren't they? Isn't that kind of like their whole forte is tourism? Damn, bro, you reduced your list. I mean, it's more of the meme, but it's fine. I was gonna say, because like Hyakuyaku is kind of like the rare exception to that, then, because it's like I know they focus, they got all the festivals, which would drive up tourism. The creature, exactly. So it's like, I imagine, I mean, I can understand it in like the case of like Trinity, because of like Gehenna and Trinity don't exactly get along with each other. I still don't think they would, even if they will get along that well, even after Eden Treaty. Makoto is Makoto. So it's like, it does kind of make sense that they wouldn't really interact with each other, schools won't interact with each other too much. So I guess like things like the, that one race that we had for Millennium, or I guess that one like whole track and field event was like extremely rare. Maybe that's like their main, that was my social interaction for the year. Abydos is well past its hosting phase. Its hosting things phase right now. Yeah, they're kind of probably needing to recover. Though I guess they're interacting with a certain train group and Shupogaki, but it be what it is. Anyway, what kind of place is it? Well, it is a mysterious place about which we have more questions than answers. But if one thing is certain, food from the Black Tortoise Promenade is to die for. I see, good. We're already off to a great... I mean, I'm pretty sure most places are going to be off to a great start if people say the food's amazing. Anything else? Well, this isn't as certain as the Black Tortoise Promenade's food, but if rumors are any indication, you and Shanhaijing Student Council President would get along well. Really? I wonder what kind of person she is. I'm already looking forward to our meeting. I do kind of feel like Hisaki's a bit more reserved, maybe? She definitely has an aura or facade to her that kind of like, you know, she seems very professional, but at the same time, I don't think she's like a super outgoing character. Cherino isn't exactly. I feel like Cherino isn't either, but for a very specific, different, and very different reason. It's not because she doesn't want to be. These are their statures. They bond over being short. Is that the reason? We learn a lot about Kisaki from this one. Okay, we'll see. Tradition means customs that are worthy of being preserved. At the same time, rigidly adhering to tradition can't always be the right direction. But considering your position, you can't just say that, can you? What a blessing it is to have a friend who understands me so well. Please don't misunderstand. Mina is an incredibly capable person in her area of expertise, and every student of Genramon is doing what is expected of them. Still. I'm just sitting there just like, there's gotta be, they can't just be because they're both small. Everyone does their best every day. What a blessing it is to have a friend who understands me so well. Eh. I guess that sentence applies there too. To return to the matter at hand, I want Shanhaijing to understand something. There is another world outside of our own. A world full of things beyond our wildest imaginations. Of ninjas. Of blimps that go kaboom. Of people who will protest for 3-week or 3-day work weeks, and then after getting it, will protest for 2-day work weeks. Adhering to tradition is not always the right way, like leaving your password on a sticky note. That is not a tradition. That is a failure. That is the sandal comes off my foot. Bluetooth pistol. Right. I don't know why I didn't consider the engineering department. If we work only to preserve what we have, we risk one day losing the very thing that we've fought so hard to protect. That's why Genrymon invited Red Winter to an exchange meeting. Perhaps if I had, things would have gone more smoothly. What do I mean? Take another look at the message. The engineering clubs are such a they really do be. Like they're like, can you please just make this? That is all. The document is right here. This is all I need you to make. It is not too complicated, and the budget for it is rather minuscule. You want Bluetooth? You want flamethrower? Ah, I see. You want a cell phone that you could push the photocam button for dual mode, where you press it once to take a photo of something, but if you press and hold it for longer than 5 seconds, it turns into a taser. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I'm just sitting there curious, like, what would be something that they would make that they've never actually done? How about I make something different anyway? That's nice, but yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. It was not signed as a Genrymon, but as the president of Genrymon. Do you understand the difference that makes? Yeah, I think so. Means you specifically are making the decision, not all of Genrymon. Is that so? I see. My respects to you, Sensei. Which actually does mean... kind of more like an executive decision rather than, you know, like the wisdom of the crowd or whatever, or popular vote, I guess. Democracy. I love democracy. You may not understand it, but simply by being here, it is immensely helpful to me. I want you to know that. Oh, that's nice. Anyway, Ginramon itself is, to be frank, uncomfortable with this exchange meeting. The lack of any such experience is the largest factor. Others may want to remain more aloof about the entire exchange meeting. Did you just say democracy? I've actually still not played Helldivers. I need to at some point. As for the lack of experience, I am no different from the rest of Ginramon. Ginramon has always belonged to Ginramon alone. The same can be said about its president. Do you think Shanhaijing is colder or warmer than Redwinter? Definitely warmer. You can't escape it. No matter where you are, that picture's gonna be... It would not surprise me if this picture was in every single student's dorm room. It would be rather difficult to find an academy colder than Redwinter, Cherno. I mean, Great Leader. Yes, Great Leader Cherno. Redwinter is the strongest and the greatest, much like its climate. No student from Shanhaijing will scoff at Redwinter once they have a taste of our weather. I knew it. Of course, I would expect nothing less of an academy. Of the Academy of the Great Cherno. Oh wait, what if there's a coup d'etat while I'm gone? There's no need to worry about that, Great Leader Cherno. Coup d'etat cannot happen when there is no one present to overthrow. Oh, really? Think, Marina, think! That's not how that works! Oh, God. That's like hiding all the protesters and basically saying, look, everyone's happy, there's no protesters. Not a target for their ire. A coup d'etat would be impossible. No. If there's anything we've learned from the specific, protesting class. What's her name again? The girl that protests all the time? I think she's in, like, the, labor... Oh, what's her name? If there's anything we've learned from her, though... They will always have something, Minori, thank you. They'll always have something they're gonna keep going after. Even if they just got what they wanted, they will still go for it. Labor Party, thank you. Oh, of course. You're speaking a lot of sense today, Chairman Marina. Keep it up, and it won't be long before I pin the first class mustache labor medal on your chest. Thank you, President. I, Marina, will do my best to be more loyal to you. Even if there is a coup d'etat, it shouldn't be too difficult to reinstate Cherno. We have plenty of experience with that. I'm honestly half curious if there is a sign somewhere in Redwinter Academy that says it has been X days since the last coup. And a record would be anything above 5. I understand the situation, Kisaki. So my job is to help you make the exchange meeting a success, right? Yes, just as I did with the 10,000 year ginseng event. I must rely on you. They get a coup like 3 times a week. Yeah, I know. It has been 4 crossed out 0 days since the last coup. Yeah, like that, like, there would be somebody hired for that because of how often it would be tweaked.
As an educator, you think it's good for students to be asked to ask for help?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a refreshing perspective. I'll make note of it. And I suppose that means I can put you to work as much as I well.
Would you at least go easy on me?
No need to worry. I only ask you to do what is within the realm of reasonable. I mean, what is reasonable for Shanhaijing, of course.
Mercy!
Hey, Jamari.
This still has that red winter like fanfaric feel to it. Like that's kind of something I've always noticed is like Red Winter Academy music always has like a marching feel to it.
They're the main characters in this one.
Yeah. It's like that Mr. Krabs meme, Days Without Nonsense. Zero. Said sign is in the Knowledge Research Club room. Alright, how many clubs do you think have a sign like that? It has been blank days without nonsense. Or shenanigans. Flashback to Red Alert Russia's theme. It started off feeling like you were marching or something. Engineer Club, definitely. The entirety of Gehenna probably has like 6 of them. They finally gave up and made an electric one, so they just had to push a button. Anyway. More Kisaki Bowl. 0 days since Koyuki. That would feel specifically targeted towards one person. Could you imagine what that would be like for them to be like, hey, wait a minute, what does this sign mean 0 days since last Koyuki? What does it mean? Valkyries is be like, it has been X days since last prison break, and it's been 0 every single day. Oh boy. Oh, so this is Shanhaijing. It's just like my research said it would be. Toei, look over there, the roof. It's so interesting. The like the classic architecture of like East Asian countries is always really pretty to look at. It's just very unique. I always did kind of find that interesting. You got like the red gates, the kind of roofing that they have. Like the style of roofing is always really cool to look at. X days without knee. Valkyrie, if we let them all escape, we don't have to watch them. Yeah, exactly. We don't have a problem with overcrowding in prisons if we just let them all go. Said the average Valkyrie student without actually thinking about that.
Those must be the students from the rumors. I've heard all about them, but I never thought I would see them in person.
Does it feel like people are watching us? To be fair, you'd probably do stick out like sore thumbs.
I'm certain they're all inescapably impressed by your aura, Great Leader. It's to be expected.
I think so.
I sense a shift somewhere. I see. Perhaps it would be wise to prepare ourselves in a different way.
Hey, they kept the 7 prisoners for about a year. I know. I just give them a lot of grief for that. That almost had more like an Italian mafia style theme to it.
weird. Anyway, a report, madam. We have received word that our visitors from Red Winter Federal Academy have just arrived at the front gates. I see. I've said this many times already, but I will say it again. This exchange meeting will be a meaningful event for both Shanhaijing and Red Winter. Now it's gone to Tango, but it was very different. For the thing you made up in your head too, Hawk. What do you mean? They literally had their password, like... poor password management on top of, it be what it is. They kind of look like Triad. Yeah, that is true. Triad is kind of a... Yeah, that's very fitting for it. Yeah, it was a sticky note at the patrol cruiser. During that one dress event. Oh, really? Huh. I expect all of you to greet and treat them with all due decorum. As you say, madam. We will carve into our hearts the gravity of this occasion. Good. Then I shall make my first command for this exchange meeting between Shanhaijing and Red Winter. Be sure to give our guests a proper Ginramon greeting. Your command, madam. I swear that no shame will come to your name or reputation. Everyone seems a little too tense. So it begins, Madam President. Yes, it has. Sensei, come over here, please. I approached Kisaki as she asked. I have a request to make of you. The girls who just left, would you keep an eye on them? It's not that I don't trust them. It's just... consider it my own needless concern. Nod silently. Madam President, if you need help, perhaps I could be of assistance instead of Sensei. If I entrust this to Mina, there's a remote chance she may make things worse. You have a more important job, do you not? What? A more important job? I'm referring to your duty to protect Ginramon's own president. Of course. You can count on me, Madam President. As long as I breathe, no one will be allowed to lay a finger on you. I have no doubt. I know I can count on you. Madam, I hope nothing bad happens. I'm just imagining both of the Ginramon characters are just literally Haruka. They're just like, unforgivable! Just start blowing up the street for this. Instructions unclear. Gave them proper Ginramon greeting. Opens fire. Madam clearly instructed them to give a proper Ginramon greeting. It must mean that, right? Obviously. What else could it mean? I hope they're ready. We'll show them how we do things in Shanghai. Yep, this is exactly what I thought. We need to put Madam's first exchange meeting command into action. We can't disappoint her. Let's go. Kaboom. I'm just kidding. Interrogation log 092H8. Anonymous Ginramon member. Uh-oh. Suspect for investigation. Red Winter Federal Academy, 3rd year. Ren Kawachiri. No, that cuts off on the screen. They might want to look into wrapping text. Name. No, wait. Where's Marina? Tomoe? Where did everyone go? I was told this was a trip. I mean, an exchange meeting. So why? Oh, I see. This is a coup, isn't it? A trap! It's enough. I asked for your name. It's enough from you. I'm Woodwinter Student Council President, Chief Beautification Officer, Main Secretary, Chief of Sanitation, Athletic Scrub Captain, Head of all Prefects, Chief of Sanitation, and Maven of Meals. They did it again. So there's I don't think this is a typo. I would understand it being done once. If it was a typo, it being done once makes sense. If it wasn't a typo, then I think this is just how localization did it. But it's fine because it's funny. Though I could honestly say, if they did it once, they're just going to copy and paste this part. Yes, that's also a good point. But I would hope people aren't that lazy. Third time is intentional. Caught you live. What did I miss? Not too much. Cherno just made it to Shanhaijing. Nothing too crazy. More recently, I was selected as this month's most excellent pudding gourmet and even the director of the Castilla production. Well, that was long, but I guess your name was in there somewhere along with your affiliations. Why do you have so many roles? Actually, no, never mind. Let's move on. Any hobbies? Oh, road! I seem to remember Shanhaijing was the one who invited us to this exchange meeting. When will remember this? Why did you drag me here? We escorted you here because the president herself commanded it. She told us to give our guest a proper Genramon greeting. What does that even mean? Yeah, that was very vague. Oh boy. This looks really bad, doesn't it? Excuse me, Kiseki, we have a situation. You'd be surprised at how lazy people can be, sadly. I mean, yeah. There is the good old joke of Ian doesn't read, which makes us look pretty bad, but I mean, it's not wrong. People who cover story are kind of rare. That's not what the president meant. Well, it's more the case where she left it vague, and I don't think she was explicit enough for them to understand. So they were like, "Oh, it has to be that, right?" No one reads. Oof. Excuse me, Kiseki, we have a situation. What is it, Sensei? Wait, I can tell by your expression and tone of voice that something is off. Tell me, what's going on? And tell Kiseki what I saw in the underground interrogation room. It's the case of deal with them or deal with them. Yeah. The intonation of the of that, or I guess the way they say that matters. I remember there was like a whole video about things people do to signal not to interact with somebody or not to do certain things within like a group like that, which is crazy to think. I mean, it seems you've done a good job in covering the story for someone like me who has no idea what's going on half the time, but gets enough context from everyone here to get the general gist of it. Yeah, I mean, the story tells a lot about the game, really. In a lot of cases, a good story keeps players playing a game, but at the same time, if you never read the story and they're just there for the game, I feel like you're missing like a good chunk of the game in the first place. It's kind of why I'm still worried about, like, I don't know, it's kind of why I worry a little bit about, a lot of games when it comes to, like, focusing on making good stories and stuff, because it's like, it turns into one of those cases where it's like, well, they're not gonna read it, right? Or who cares, they can skip the story, or, you know, something like that. I'd hope that would never be a case, but, you know. That mindset floats in my head every now and then. I see. Thank you, Sensei. My immediate concern is clearing up the confusion around this less than polite reception. I'll send someone to... On second thought, I'll deliver my instructions personally. I wanted our visitors to be treated as honored guests, not criminals. I described this story as one thing goofy. Yes, exactly. That is perfect. That was close. I would have done the same thing and gone straight to the interrogations. Sensei, come over here, please. I approached Kiseki as she asked. I have another request to make of you. Nod knowingly to reassure. Yes, of course. I thank you. Having a friend that understands you so quickly is quite an amazing thing. Well, that's probably why she brought us here. She wants us to be an outsider, someone who doesn't usually follow that doesn't necessarily attach themselves to said traditions, so it helps for her to kind of be a bit more, I wouldn't say breaking it, but kind of, I don't know, progressive maybe? I don't know if that's the right word. Hey, Patrick. Or I guess someone to help her navigate new horizons or whatever. I don't know what the right word is, but it's fine. Mina. That face. Yes, Madam President. I trust that you would have handled things differently. Of course, Madam. I would never have considered such a laughable mistake. She needs another brains. Well, I mean, sometimes Sensei goes from having brain cell to neuron activation, and neuron activation happens with a particular school, and more likely a specific group within said school. Third person perspective. Yeah, third party. That isn't necessarily tied to the thing. Like, there's benefits to an outsider, and Kisaki is playing into it here, and that's a good thing. She's taking advantage of a, of that perspective, which is nice. So, of course, naturally you wouldn't. Mina. She's just like panicking internally. The president was so calm, but I feel like I just got scolded. She must be furious right now. Oh no. Still, she said she would be gracious if I handle this problem properly. Yeah, there's just no time to dilly-dally. Treat them as honored guests. That's easy enough to understand. Can't let her down again. Let's go. Hello there. Hey, Soloing. How you doing? Brains and logical thinking in this world don't seem to be working 99% of the time, and when they do... Why is she in prison? Out of an interrogation room and into a prison? This song, though. I'm not accustomed to the sights and sounds of this place, but, what do you mean? Aren't you usually locked up for stupid reasons? I wonder what's going on. Was the exchange meeting invitation just an excuse to trap us? Could this be a plot by Shanhaijing's Dark Monarch? Silence! It would be wise for you to confess what dubious goals brought you to Shanhaijing. Bruh! If you don't... Is that... What do you see, Chairman Harina? You visitors from Midwinter must know what kind of animal this is. Behold, it's Shanhaijing's own panda. Tell us what you were plotting, or we'll take away this adorable baby panda's bamboo. You're evil. That baby panda did nothing to you. Let it go. To torment a panda, a sweet little bear cub like this. What kind of monsters are you? If you want to stop this, all you have to do is confess. Look how happy it is with the bamboo. Just one little tug from me and... You monster! Cute. No! It's getting worse. What kind of who is she torturing? Oh, there goes Kisaki. Madam President. No, Kisaki step out of it. They changed me just to get started. Yes, you're right. I appreciate your well-timed advice. Mina. Yes, Madam President. I want you to personally inform them that the visitors from Redwinter should be treated as well as the president of Gittermon herself. I feel like that's not a... that... Oh no! Oh no, how are they gonna mess that up? How are they gonna mess that one up? You mean, hurry, time is short. As you command. I'm surrounded by, yeah, that is basically why she fell over. There's something I'd like to ask you, Sensei. Sure, you can ask me anything. Do I speak in a confusing manner? Is it possible that my commands aren't being issued clear? Yes and no.
This is a yesen or what is the other version of yesen? Is it just nos? That's, is there another version of yesen or is it just yesen? Because it's like, in this case, you have her first thing about proper Ginramon greeting. That was vague. That was very vague. It wasn't explicit, and the that kind of played into the other half of this, which is they're not used to this. This probably isn't what they do normally. So that's why they've been doing what they know. They're sticking with, their habits. They're not necessarily doing things they're not used to. So it's a bit of both. Nose. Nose. Yeah, nah. Fair enough. No haps. Give complicated orders to... No, it's a case of like old habits. Like they might be looking at everyone, they're viewing them as, they go to interrogations because it's probably what they're used to doing. They're not used to receiving people because that's not what Shanhaijing does. So it makes sense that they're probably thinking, oh, that's what she means by normal the proper Ginramon greeting. Let's just throw them in the interrogation room and start interrogating them because that's what we normally do, right? It's a bit of like lacking a bit of common sense and awareness of the situation, and falling back on what they're comfortable. So it's that side of them that's bad, and then it's of course her being vague, which is unfortunate. She's not used to it, but it's fine. Tyler, I don't know what. I was just thinking, there's yes and then there's not. There's whatever the opposite of that is, or the other version of it is. And the brain cell Ginramon is probably doing something else at the moment. Probably. No one asked, does Kisaki really mean to toss the people she invited to Dark Side? Yeah, exactly. Every single mention of guests usually applies to enemies for them. Yeah. So it's something they're used to doing. It's their habits. So it's not really, I would say it's like half her, half the rest of Ginramon. I can't blame them. I can't blame her specifically for that. But that's also tied to their situation at hand. So it makes sense that if they're acting like this to me. Ness. I don't think that's the case. Then do you know why our students seem to do this every time? Please, I just need them to listen. She needs to be more explicit here. What is this? We were told this was an exchange meeting. Shanhaijing. No, Chenino. I mean, great leader, Chenino. You should be the very model of a bold, magnanimous mind. Magnanimous mind. There must have been some minor misunderstandings, but I suspect they will be resolved any moment. I'm shocked at what would consider minor. Chief Secretary Tomoe. They absolutely tortured the panda! I will always remember that poor panda. How could they? And to a baby panda, no less! So heartless! Oh, one expression can convey a myriad of meanings. As for any favors we may have gained as a result of this misunderstanding, we could save those for a rainy day. For now, let's enjoy what Ginramon of Shanhaijing has offered as an apology. I will admit, the winter uniforms were starting to feel a little stuffy. Well, you guys are used to really, warm environments? Could you raise your arms for me, Cherino? Oh, are they all getting put into the what is it, Kipao or what? Kipao? I don't know how to say that one. I think it's Kipao. The visitors from Mudwinter are entering the
Rikagaku. I'm gonna butcher that one. Everyone, please welcome our guests from Woodwinter. It's 20% her. Fair. Is this good? My shoulders and legs. Who are you? Sensei, what are you? Wait, you don't recognize me? Or did they put you through the ringer too, Sensei? No, that's not what I meant. I look so nice that you didn't recognize me? Well, that's just confusing. You should be more direct when you talk to people. That is both a compliment and an insult at the same time. Who are you people? He's so used to seeing them in the Red Winter Academy uniforms that he doesn't recognize them out of it. Though to be completely off. Well, I really don't feel like you would miss that much. Especially in the case of Marina, for example. Because it's not like she's wearing like a big stuffy hat that hides like half her features, and she's got like a bunch of like a scarf and a whole bunch of things that kind of obscure what she looks like. So it's not like, you know, I feel like if it's any of them, it'd probably the best one to identify immediately would be Marina. Well, no, that's not true. Charina. Because I don't think, no matter what they do, even if she was in a keep out, she's probably still gonna have that mustache on. So that's like probably the most identifiable feature. Her arm hawk. What's wrong with it? They are kind of sticks. Her bare arm. Don't tell me she goes into neuron. Sensei goes into neuron activation mode. No, Chairman Marina. That's just how Sensei offers compliments. I like how her book is even different. Her shoulder is broke. Yeah, it does. This does kind of look a little odd right here. That feels. This feels. The anatomy right here feels weird. But yeah, her arms do kind of look like stick. Exposed shoulders violates the dress code. I'm just thinking about that now, like, yeah. I do like how her, like, Tomoe's book has also changed. Like, it was just a small little pocket book, and now it's like a formal, like, it's like an actual formal book. Comically large. I mean, I don't know. They've got to have some of that in the academy, huh? Did you hear the news on Project KV? Project KV, is that the one where it was like the people of Blue Archive, like some of the people that left Blue Archive wanted to do, and then I think they disbanded it or something? Do I remember that right? It was like Blue Archive but swords, right? That sounds right. They shut it down. Yeah. Some grim things are happening around the project right now. You know Pokemon Direct is tomorrow. I did not. I don't follow Pokemon too much. It's been it's been a super long time since I did anything with Pokemon. Oh, they killed it. That's what I thought. I remember hearing about that. Apparently they did something really bad. Oh, really? Okay, now you have me curious. I'm sure there's probably like an article or something on that I can read real quick. I hope this isn't a video.
None of the devs actually stole assets from an old project called Blade in it. Ooh. Really? Let me see. I typed in both of those words. Spin-off project concept called Project MX Blade. Oh, okay. Yikes. Yeah, that's And now I think about it, it really did not make it much better because Project MX Blade, and they gave the idea of Project KV. They could have at least changed the name to be less convincing. Also, the Oscillation event is tomorrow. Yep, it is tomorrow. Could be a little crazy. So yeah, that does not sound pretty good. That's a little unfortunate, though. That do be very unfortunate. I thought they'd get away with it. I feel like that kind of stuff is a lot more like it's. They crack down on that a lot harder overseas. Like, I feel like they're way more aggressive about it than probably places here. I don't know. Then again, I think probably IP, like, the reason, well, I don't know if that's going to strictly be a Nintendo thing, but you guys probably know about the, what is it, the patents that Nintendo did against Palworld. I'm just gonna put that the artist for Hina is one of the people who are part of Project KV. That's sad. Yeah, that kind of makes it like that kind of puts a very unfortunate thing on all of those people because it kind of hurts their rep a bit. It's kind of sad because some of them are. I imagine some of them are very talented artists. Like Hina definitely doesn't seem that bad. Probably doesn't joke with their gacha games. I wouldn't. I would say most of Southeast Asia doesn't handle any of that well. Well. Handle it well as in they're tolerant of it. They're very aggressive about taking care of it. So, anyway. I don't know what to say to Moe other than it's like that fancy outfit was made for you. I could see you wearing that anytime. Happy Tomoe noises. Oh my, thank you, Sensei. You know, I've been keeping an eye on you. Your talent for saying the right things at the right time would make you very good at stirring up the revolutionary spirit. I'll do no such thing. I feel oddly... Little Shokaku, is that you? Wow, she looks so different. Hang on, I need to grab a one thing real quick. My headphones are getting a little wobbly. Okay. I am currently in the process of getting new headphones because these ones are very, very old and they are falling apart. So I have to put on a completely different set of headphones. Okay. There we go. Of course the mustache was fake. Well, yeah, the mustache was always fake. But yeah, she looks very different. I was not ready for that. It's very different from what I'm used to her looking like. So yeah, I do like how she at least kept the jacket. So we could still somewhat know. Anyway. I feel oddly jealous. Comrade, I'm here too. Looks suits you perfectly, Cherino, especially your braid and clothes. You really think so? As always, you have a good eye, comrade. You sound tired, you good? Huh? No, I just had to get some stuff. Where's the mustache? What? Tomoe! My mustache!
There it is. You saw nothing, right, Tomoe? So what, great leader? Is the fake mustache a cultural thing in Midwinter? For Cherino, specifically. Shokaku but purge. Nah, it's Shokaku, but you finally had enough of your senpais. So you purge the senpais. Thank goodness, this exchange meeting was the right decision. We have much to learn about the world. Welcome to Shanhaijing. I would like to thank you again for accepting our invitation, Great Leader Cherino of Redwinter, Great Secretary, Chief Secretary Tomoe, and Chairman Marino. I am the president of Shanhaijing's own student council, also known as Genremon, Ryuge Kisaki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Madam Kisaki. Okay, Cherino, this is your chance to show how dignified you are, like I told you. No, like how we practiced. Is it time? All right. Stands in a pose. Witness me! No, I'm just kidding. Your eyes gaze upon the ultimate leader of the Redwinter Academy, the great Cherino. I forgot all of her titles. The chief of sanitation, the chief of sanitation, and the chief of sanitation. Anyway, I thank you for your grand welcome, Madam Kisaki. I am Midwinter's Student Council President, Chief Beautification Officer, Maid Secretary, there it is, Chief of Sanitation, Athletic Club Captain, Head of all Prefects, Chief of Sanitation, and Maven of Meal Service. 3 times. More recently, I am this month's most excellent pudding gourmet, Castilla Production Cherino. An introduction that long is going to put her audience to a stupor. And that comment about a grand welcome, clearly that she's not going to let that go. Well, nothing can be done about it now. We were in the wrong. The silent battle has already begun, but I expected no less from someone of your stature, Great Leader Cherino. How was that, Tomoe? I didn't get anything wrong, did I? Well done, These two are just like muttering to each other. You surely showed them how dignified you are. She really do act like a mother. She really does. You see it all the more here in this event. Just wait. We're gonna get to the point where she's like, "You did good, Cherino." And she just starts head patting her, and she's like, "You dare touch my head!" Oh my goodness. So the king says farewell to the lady. Gourmet research, who called? Oh, that would be an interaction I have to see. Gourmet Research Society interact with Cherino when she makes a comment about that. Cherino would be, "Thanks, Mom." Is it just me, or do you hear some kind of metal instrument, Tomoe? My apologies if it's a jarring experience, Great Leader Cherino. What you are hearing is Shanhaijing's traditional musical. What's that, Madam Kisaki? A traditional musical play? I see. It's a very unique melody. It's almost painful to hear. Who are the people wearing those odd clothes? They are actors, in a sense. This musical features a long story, told through a performance. We call this the Peking Opera in Shanhaijing. Peking Opera? The performance is about to start. I hope you enjoy. Did they actually do like a whole song and dance, or is it just something to watch for a bit? Oh. This totally isn't going to be a student we're going to have in the future. Not at all. She seems completely like a common decorated character to not have anything. I'm sitting here making a joke about this. The first thing I see in chat is big and mommy. Okay. There's the eye emojis. Shun's cousin. She has the Shun tier. Well, aren't their ears kind of similar? Wait, is this actually? Is this actually? Because it's like the ears are similar, aren't they? Hey, don't lump me in with them. I don't remember what her ears look like. Well, then again, it would help if I actually had Shun. Completely normal tries to angle to get a good 90 degree. Oh. 2 pairs of ears. Yeah, that's not abnormal at this point. It's actually kind of interesting because some games actually do very much focus on hiding this from, like, I think Arknights does a very good job at doing that for the most part. There's a handful of characters that do have both sets, but still. Smiles welcome spring, tears darken the world. Life is a dream in springtime. A cuckoo calls in the calls in the mountains. Smoke rises beyond the lilies. The cloud stays within the embrace of the skies. Her voice, it's so high. She's using a special technique to protect her voice to even the furthest reaches of the performance space. Why is she twirling her hand like that? She's spinning in place too. Every movement in a Peking Opera has a reason behind it, but describing each would be a poor way to experience it. Yeah, show don't tell sometimes is a much better way to do things. But I can provide a few helpful tips. For instance, the whipping motion she is making, as if she has a horse whip, suggests she is riding a horse to her destination. Spinning in place means they are making a long journey to their destination. If a character in armor appears with a flag behind them, it means they have come with an army of thousands. It'd be easier to understand if they just showed everything like in a movie. It would have been difficult to recreate such things long ago. Yeah, that would make sense, because it's like, you probably don't want to your troop, or whatever they would call it in this, what do they call a group in an opera house? Is it a troupe? Is it still an acting troupe, or is it have a completely different name? I've never actually paid attention to that. Because I know there's like comedy troupes, acting troupes, or whatnot. Is it still troupe? Think so. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious. Company, group, and troupe. Okay. So all of those could be interchangeable. Got it. So there's multiple different ways it works. It's fine. I call my allies and rise from the plains. In 3 years, 5 lords will end an ancient nation. The heavens and earth will rend in two. But why do the heavens slow my progress? That one. The one with the mask. That was pretty... That narrows it down to 3 of them. To all of them still. That was pretty cool. They are what we now call the protagonists of the story. This story will revolve around that character. So I advise you pay close attention to that one. She pulled out a long stick. I see a spear. The result of war is never a surety. A surety. I think I said that right. A person must dutifully withstand shame and embarrassment. The world is rife with talented, capable people. Could they not return unsettling dust and earth?
The people are worn from endless fighting. After defeat in Zongyuan, I think that's how you say that, the tide will not easily turn. No matter how many talented allies you have, why would they kick up dust and come to you? What are they saying? They need to be careful what they say. I would have purged them all. At times, remonstration is another expression of loyalty, is it not? I don't know about that. I would sentence them all to cleaning the bathrooms that have no windows. She seems oddly flippant about so-called purge. Is this how the dictator of Winter makes decisions? Strength moves mountains and the spirit spans the world. But my luck has run out and my horse remains obstinately still. What can I do when even my horse will not move? My beloved, what should I do? The enemy has claimed all. Distant songs float to me from every direction. If your spirit is lost, how can I live on? What are they doing? She distracted the protagonist and then took their sword. Wait, she's turning it on herself. No, they should live on together. What will happen when they leave to everyone they leave behind? All the soldiers are scattering. He's all alone. Still, there are thousands of enemy soldiers behind him. You wish to use my mind to claim mountains of gold and land. I will grant you this last kindness. What? No way, he was so bold. She's really getting into this. Boldness and gallantry aren't enough to rule the world, and bravery alone cannot truly capture the hearts of men. Such is the divine order. We must simply do what we can and remain humble. I know that much, but I can't believe I was so moved. I must admit this was a fine performance. At least the company is not lethal. You have to be a great asset, though. I'm glad to see that you are satisfied. She was very into it. That was kind of funny. Now, great leader channel. Next on the agenda. Before that, in the name of the leader of Midwinter Federal Academy, I have a request. A formal request as a leader? Does she already want payback for her grand welcome? No, doing so right now would be ill-advised. I'll entertain her request for now, given the situation. I can't reasonably deny her that. If anything, it'll be an opportunity to get a peek at the cards Red Winter is holding so closely to its chest. This is probably gonna be, I want food! What is it? As the president of Genramon, I will do anything in my power to fulfill your request. It's about the performance oh, I was wrong. Okay. Peking Opera. Yes, that. Peking Opera. Call back the students who played the protagonist in that performance. You mean Kaguya? Why? So her name is Kaguya, I see. I just wanted to speak with her. More and more mysterious. I can't dismiss the possibility that this is some kind of mind game. Great leader must have truly enjoyed the Peking Opera if it isn't too much trouble. Could we... I'm like trying to read that. I read... Yeah, Trino was just jealous of the performance. And now I have that one stupid copy pasta in there. You know, I got this great anime plot. I do not have that entire copy pasta memorized. But every single time I think about it, just makes me chuckle. Can we ask for your help on this matter, madam? Well, Joseph Stalin got really involved in the westerns he watched. Oh, really? Okay, well, that actually kind of makes a lot more sense. Oh, I did just click on that. Hang on. Very well, Mina, if you would. Yes, Madam President. Those eyes, though. Okay. I immediately got drawn to them.
Anyway, Kaguya. Is she an NPC jail? I answer your summons, madam. Aye. Wow. Urushibara Kaguya. Greet you. I came here at once. Ah, so I see. Let me introduce you. Great leader Channo, this is Kaguya, the performer you wish to meet. She leads the Peking Opera Club. She is still in NPC jail. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. I'm sure someday. She is new, so not surprised. Yeah. Kaguya, this is Great Leader Channo, the Student Council President of Red Winter. I appreciate the work you put into this exchange meeting. It is an honor, Great Leader Channo. You have my deepest appreciation for enjoying our performance. I couldn't ask for anything more. She's very happy. Is she drawn by Pina? Like the artist that did Pina. I'm getting that kind of feel from the artwork here. I don't know if the artists are mentioned for these characters. Is she evil? Oh no! She gonna get bonked. Anyway, yeah, but I couldn't ask her anything more. Oh, she was so overwhelming on stage, but she's completely changed. The like eyes here though, are something. Artist not mentioned. Rip. Alright, it's fine. No worries. I'll take that as a compliment. We students often portray vastly different characters from ourselves. So much so that sometimes we become confused about where the character ends and the student begins. I see. That sounds convenient in some ways, but annoying in others. That is quite an astute observation. Impressive. The Ives are very, very captivating. Like, everyone has like normal, like this kind of like coloring on the eyes, and then Kaguya's just really catch you because of how much they stand out. Now then, madam, let's move on to the matter at hand. Are you entrusting this Tomoe with the negotiations, Great Lady Channo? I must learn more about the Red Winter's command structure. Can I do Kaguya? What kind of a question is that? Hold up. What? And if not, is it possible she is such a brilliant leader that she can govern without lifting a finger? For now, I must continue conversing with her. As you wish, Chief Secretary Tomoe. Bienlan? What's that? It's a technique unique to the Szechuan opera. Simply put, it is the ability to change masks to suit the situation without touching one's face. That sounds so cool, amazing! The three main theatrical productions of Shanhaijing are the Peking Opera, the Szechuan Opera, and the coup opera. Yeah, like, you see what I mean about the eyes? Like, they are just, like, they immediately catch my attention. Oh, you know what I'm asking. If I had a bonk emote right now, I'd bonk. More like predator eyes. Yeah, but they do like catch your attention quickly because they are very unique. Do not the panda. Her eyes have like 3 colors. Yeah, and they're like very different from each other. There's like blue in here. I mean, yeah, there's the black, which is normally in eyes. There's the orange, and then there's this blue that really, really like sticks out with it. Anyway, one element unites them all. Each require the performers to learn martial arts. Martial arts for a stage performance? Strange, isn't it? But that's the truth. In the Peking Opera you just saw, our members showed off their impressive skills with a spear. It seemed closer to artistic skill than an actual functional martial art. Well, I mean, that probably makes it a lot easier for them to, like, they get more accustomed to that stuff. Plus, there's benefits to martial arts anyway. That makes sense. I have a feeling that Kaguya is actually enjoying this conversation because she's just like, finally somebody. She's like somebody that actually appreciates this, and they're from outside. This is cool. I can't express how grateful we are at that Shanhaijing Academy, known for how selectively it opens its doors, extended a hand to Red Winter Federal Academy. Yet at the same time, there must be a significant reason you opened the heavy doors of Shanhaijing and Genramon to us now, is there not? I wish to correct only two things. First, Shanhaijing's doors aren't as heavy as you may think. After all, the Black Tortoise Promenade's culinary talent is already well known at Abydos. Second, Genramon has welcomed outsiders before. As you already know, Sensei is one such example. Yes, though I haven't moved much. What? Right here, just in case you forgot about me. Hello, yes, I exist. Oh, man. I'm gonna say, yes, even though I haven't moved much. Of course, Sensei. It's a little disappointing. Under different circumstances, I would have found another way to enjoy my time with you. I don't know what to think of that. Now that we can agree on. I hope you're not too upset, Sensei. I'm fine, I'm fine. I am. Oh my goodness, okay. Oh my, it's thanks to you that I'm having a completely new experience, madam. I'm glad to hear you say so. Yet, I understand that no matter what we do, we will never quite make it as comfortable as it is in your own school. For that, I mean, I would say them being able to go a couple days without experiencing an active coup is probably already a comfort in its own sense. But it's also probably weird at the same time. For that I ask for your understanding. Still, I anticipated Madame Hisaki making a request during this exchange meeting. Please forgive me if it sounds uncouth. Not at all. If anything, I should be thanking you for allowing us to be direct. To answer your question, I have no such intentions. Hesitant? At the risk of speaking out of turn again, I would rather avoid dancing around the topic and trying to understand Genramon and its president's true intentions. That is why I sent Chairman Moreno away and requested a private space for you and I to talk. Yes, I sent my own executive officer, Mina, away for the same reason. I feel like these two would butt heads, weirdly enough, Mina and Marina. Hello, I'm Skittle. Alrighty, no. I want to make it clear that I have nothing to hide from you. Yeah, hi. Really sorry for cutting in here. Right now, Hisaki is speaking as the student council president. Thank you for your appropriately timed advice, Sensei. I repeat, I expect nothing from any of you. There is nothing I want you to do, and I do not intend to use you to accomplish my own ends. Then why host this exchange meeting? Would you find it unsatisfactory if I told you it was simply to show you Shanhaijing? I wouldn't dare call it unsatisfactory, though I wouldn't consider it to be quite satisfactory either. If that is how you feel, then I have not provided you a sufficient explanation. You mean you're serious? Yes, I am. If I had one wish, it would be for you to explore every corner of this place and truly get to know Shanhaijing. They're both dorks. Yeah, they both be kind of dorks, Marina and Mina. I'm just kind of imagining if something goes out of hand, how these two would how those two would react. What do you mean by truly get to know Shanhaijing? Now that is one topic I would like to dance around. Oh my, you've managed to turn my own words back on me. Not at all. Here in Shanhaijing, repaying an act of kindness is one of our most important tenets. I see. Indeed. You can actually spit fire out of your mouth? Torino, the child is being distracted by Kaguya, which is fine. The adults are talking on the other side of the room. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Yeah, that is the fire breathing technique. The darker the stage is, the more effective it is. And we have a number of tricks to darken the stage, too. Shanhaijing truly has so many secrets. Let it go, the adults are talking. Do you think so? Well, you know what they say. The longer the history, the more abundant the mysteries. Thank you again for the warm reception, madam. That was very satisfying. I had so much fun, and better yet, I didn't have to worry about any coup d'etat. I'm happy to hear that. I hope you continue to enjoy Shanhaijing. And this is where your skills come in, Sensei. Huh? Me? Yes. I know I can trust you, and it seems like you already knew our Red Winter guests. I will send Mina with you as your escort. You won't be coming with us? Alright. I know it's rude, but I'm afraid that's what I must do. Can I ask why, madam? I'm sorry. All I can say is that it's due to some unavoidable circumstances. I see. Then we will put our trust in the hands of the executive officer Mina and Sensei. Oh, will the comrade be with us? Yes, even better. Comrade, is this your first time at Shanhaijing too? No, it's not. I guess strictly speaking, this isn't my first time. But like me, you don't know much about Shanhaijing, right? In that case, we should take the opportunity to see and do everything. Slow down, you might trip! If you would excuse me, madam, great leader. Yes, good work today, Kaguya. Kaguya won't come with us. I'm afraid duty calls. Please don't be too disappointed. If you'd like, you're welcome to visit the Peking Opera court room. I see. There's no helping it if you're busy. I forgive you. Thank you, great leader. Cherino is in a good mood. I mean, she had a pretty good conversation with somebody that, on a topic that definitely fascinated her, so... I mean, I'd say that puts anybody in a good mood. There's always that one topic people like to talk about. If they find somebody else that, you know, focuses towards that, I imagine that's pretty good. Though, it seems like... Uh-oh. The Pels, though. The president remains in Nikagaku, while Red Winter heads to Shanhaijing. If I had one wish, it would be for you to explore every corner of this place and truly get to know Shanhaijing, huh? So you were listening to that conversation, too. A meeting implies that there is someone or something to meet, and it would have a different significance to each participant. Red Winter meeting Shanhaijing also means that Shanhaijing is meeting Red Winter in return. Is that the path you wish to tread, madam? I still hope you'll read Shun and Kokono's side story. I'm sure I will at some point. What is loyalty? What form would loyalty take in moments like these? It's not an easy question, just as it is on stage, such as life. Yet, failing to take action when necessary is the purest form of disloyalty. Uh-oh. Scenery settles the viewer into a trance. And I already find myself at the shore. Paul, please. Paul, please. How much of combat is actually in this event? Oh, just 2 nodes? Okay. That group story is wild. I'm sure it would be. Chat, please. I see. The Black Tortoise Promenade's food is famous in Kivotos as well. At least that is what I would have liked to say. There comes more abalone porridge. It's carefully boiled with dry sea cucumber, abalone, and conch. Like, abalone? Am I saying that right? Abalone? Isn't this too much? What number is this course? If I had to guess, I think you're about halfway through. But I can't eat that much. I mean, it all tastes so good. I would if I could, but... Now, you must eat to add some inches to your height, great leader of the Red Winter. I'm Akashiro Rumi. I am the president of the Black Tortoise Promenade, but above all, I am a chef. President, you're here? Of course, after all, we have important guests visiting from far away. Could just stay in the kitchen. The president of Shanhaijing. Wasn't it Madame Kisaki? Well, it's technically for different groups. My official title is Merchant Guild President, but everyone just calls me President for short. The acting president of Shanhaiji Student Council, also known as Genremon, Kisaki. I mean, the president is always addressed as Madam, so there's no confusion. At least inside Shanhaijing, that is. Yo, shots fired. Reread what she... Yeah, I know, I read it. She called her short. Where is right here? Add some inches to your height. I mean, I really wouldn't say it's... As Southeast Asia countries usually tend to be more... What do they call it? To the point about things like that. So, like... Yeah. It's not exactly... I wouldn't consider it much of an insult. It's just kind of they're being very blunt about it. There could be multiple leaders and they aren't cooing each other. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily that these two groups get along perfectly. I understand, but wait. We refer to ours as great leader and president, don't we? Maybe it's all because great leader Cherno is also the student council president, chief beautification officer, maid secretary, chief of sanitation, athletics club captain, head of all prefects, chief of sanitation. She says it twice too. Maven of meal service and everything else. Okay. If Tomoe were to say it twice, then yes, that's absolutely weird. But I don't know if Marina would actually do that. Hey, Fate. I'm doing all right. That's not something you say, especially when when the only Cherno beats. What? Oh, but the only person Cherno beats in height is Ibuki. Okay. I don't know. Cherno has also, been very patient. I mean, she's in a good mood, so that probably helps her out a lot. Any plans for viewer polls for IL? I'm thinking so, but I might have to do like a much smaller group because I do want to cover the. It's nice I can cover the whole story because I'm gonna have to do it on one stream because I will not be able to stream on Friday. So it's probably gonna be a much smaller group if I do that. Yeah, I need to actually make sure I put that announcement out because I've been juggling a whole bunch of things this week, so it's a bit fun. Anyway, next up is the specialty dish made from duck wings. But now this does give me pause. There are dozens of ways to prepare duck, but if I had to choose the best two... I just saw her blink. Oh, okay. Would be roasting it to a golden brown, and the other would be steaming it after applying a good spice rub. But she's not blinking now. Wait, what? Why is this flickering? What's going on right now? I was debating which would be the best for our honored guests. Till I finally decided that I'd just make both. Please enjoy! It's not proper service unless the food you prepared fills your guests to bursting. And that is just as it should be in Shanhaijing. I figured that would be the case. You should have your fill as well, Sensei. If any visitor to the Black Tortoise Promenade returns with a less than full stomach, it would bring shame to us. Comrade, save me! Cherno. Yes? This is where you make yours. This is where you make your stand as a great leader. I see, so that's how it is. Alright, I accept your challenge, Black Tortoise Promenade. Red Winter will not bend to your will so easily. You're just as bold as I thought you would be, great leader of Red Winter. It wasn't long before Cherno was desperate for an anti-acid to sell her struggling digestive system. Or antacid, yeah. So those are the Red Winter students who came here for this exchange meeting? Looks like it. Welcome to the Shanhaijing Disciplinary Support Department, Plum Blossom Garden. That is a long name. Great Lady Cherno, Chief Secretary Tomoe, and Chairman Marina. The Plum Blossom Garden is an educational facility meant to teach the younger students of Shanhaijing. The students who perform well in Shanhaijing Academy are chosen to be instructors, and in turn, they are tasked with educating young students in the Plum Blossom Garden. So long as they are in Shanhaijing, these children continue learning from childhood through high school? Yes, of course. There are still some students who transfer in. I see, but before that, stop pestering me, you rascals! Oh, look at those white and red clothes. Cool! What's this, a mustache? It comes off. I want one too! Huh? No! My mustaches! Tomoe! No, Great Leader Cherno, I recommend you use the backup mustache. She has a backup mustache! I guess I shouldn't be surprised. No, wait. We need something more secure, otherwise the children will take that mustache too. I'll be right back in the same predicament. Children, these are honored guests from faraway place. Behave yourselves. Boo, Kokona, you're being boring again. You're being boring again. Oi. Oh, give the mustache back to me, Kokona. Wait, what? I want to try it on. You can't just call me Kokona. It's Instructor Kokona. The backup part's funny. Sometimes has always. I don't think I've read the 4 Koma, no. I don't follow Blue Archive like that much. I do read the story, like I do like reading the story and everything, but like outside of it, I can't really cover as much as I would like. Mostly because I can't dedicate that much time to it. I kind of feel bad because it's like there are certain things I would like to read more on, but eesh. Always have backups. I mean, it's not too surprising for me now that I think about it, because it is kind of like how Cherno is. So it is a little bit funny. Everyone. That's enough. Hi, sorry, Instructor Shun. We're sorry, we'll behave. Children can be so much sometimes. Here you go, Great Lady Cherno. I was impressed with Instructor Shun's ability to control the students here. I think they definitely had some concerns. Ahem. You are Instructor Kokona, correct? Yes, I am. Thank you for addressing me by with my proper time. Look at how happy she is. So in the Plum Blossom Garden, is the child in charge of other children? I am not a child. I am an instructor in the Plum Blossom Garden, Shun's younger sister, and I... As you so astutely observe, Kokona should be in elementary school with other children her age. But her talents made her worthy of the senior secondary school and the instructor position. I am very proud of my little sister. Shun, you're embarrassing me. Stop. She was not prepared for the level of grazing she's receiving. Or glazing. Bleh. She's right. The adorable Instructor Kokona is the pride of the Plum Blossom Garden. Not you too, Sensei. What did you add adorable? I didn't mean to say grazing. I just said glazing. I do be like that sometimes. Kokona finally recognized. Never mind. Oh yeah, her name is Coconut. I forgot. I keep forgetting about her. That's a thing she has too. Is she gonna go out touching grass later? I mean, to be honest, considering how she has to deal with the children, I imagine she probably needs like a little bit of, I'm gonna step outside for a bit.
Also, this blush is adorable. You know what? This is the first one for today. There you go, chat. There you go. The first one for today. Oh, I just realized I'm like super far behind. There we go. My feed, I noticed, was like very delayed. All right, let's move on. Happy coconut. Yep, she is a happy coconut. Give her a carrot. Why does she? I don't know if I get that one. What? The Midwinter students all left the Plum Blossom Garden. Really? But the Plum Blossom Garden is one of the most important places in Shanhaijing. I know, not even Ginramon can intercede in what happens in the Plum Blossom Garden. What is the president thinking? Oh, this is where they performed the Peking Opera. Maitaka Park is one of the most famous parks in Shanhaijing. Most large-scale events and performances all take place here. It certainly is very large. But I think Redwinter's red mustache, Revolution Plaza, is even larger. Excuse me? Are you disparaging the cultural touchstone that is White Tiger Park by boiling it down to its size? No, not at all. We understand very... Oh, here we go. I was waiting for this interaction. We understand very well that Shanhaijing has its great pride in its storied traditions through this exchange meeting. However, we are equally proud of the fighting spirit and willpower of Red Winter, since we are forced to face sub-zero temperatures in an endless snowfield. Is the Red Winter Federal Academy truly that cold and large? Yes, it is. One can easily get lost by taking a wrong turn, and some even encounter bears on their path. Bears? We do have pandas of our own. Pandas are cute. I think this is the most serious I think I've seen Mary in a very, very long time. No, wait. Bears can be cute too, now that I think about it. Like, Medvezi. Then again, pandas are a type of bear, right? Your ploy was to confuse me, wasn't it, Executive Officer Mina? But I didn't say anything unusual. If I were to put in my 2 cents, Marina was just appreciating Shanhaijing in her own way. Sensei! I see. Then I must thank you, Chairman Marina. Well, as long as you understand, Shanhaijing is also quite impressive. I see you have a discerning eye. That is not a very... that face, though. Those two, I kind of feel like if the two of them get in a fight, they're gonna be sitting there like... You know, like the cliche anime, like, deadlock thing where it's like both of them have got like their hands spread and they're like holding onto each other's and like aggressively and they're like headbutting each other at the same time. I imagine the two of them doing that. I don't know the best way to describe that pose because I've never really had to describe it before. Their one brain cells are connecting. Oof. Is it just me, or does it seem like the two of them are getting along really well? I agree, Cherno. I mean, great leader Cherno. I wonder why. I wouldn't say they are getting along exactly. Then, more like birds of a feather. Like they're on the same wavelength, right? That's good, isn't it? If so, why does your expression seem so perplexed, comrade? I think I'm starting to understand, right, Sensei? All's well that ends well. That is the goal of the exchange meeting, isn't it? Look over there, it's the Red Winter visitors again. Executive Officer Mina is hard at work. Wait, who's guarding the president? Since the president will remain in Ginramon, she shouldn't need any extra protection, should she? That's not what I mean. The mere fact that the president has lent out Executive Officer Mina is a reflection of how she respects the visitors. It makes sense, and Shanhaijing invited them, right? She even held
Is this gonna is this whole arc going to be a case of somebody attempts a coup on Genrumon? Because haha, Red Winter does coups. So them being here and a coup happens against Genrumon. And Red Turner just comes up and is like, so a coup, huh? Well, you know, I happen to be an expert on the subject. I just think about it. It'd be really funny. How much did I miss? Not too much. We're still kind of getting into the early phases of the story, which is fine. I just want to Paul, please. She even held a grand outdoor performance in White Tiger Park just for their benefit. Do you think that's just... Are the Red Winter visitors even aware of how much respect they're being shown? Before it was Shale's sensei, now it's an outside academy. Are we going down the right path? The president will make the decision. You don't sound very confident. Yeah, this is starting to make me think that. We're all feeling anxious in one way or another. Yes, Cherno's going to start a coup because she got arrested. No, it's more like the people of Shanhaijing are going to start a coup against Genrumon because they don't like what's going on. Or they'd feel very uncomfortable about it. Yeah. That's what I'm like sitting here thinking is that's partially it. Alrighty. The clouds don't know of being torn asunder. Did Cherno and Marina go to sleep first? Yes, Great Lady Cherno especially looked quite tired. That's not surprising, since her schedule was so packed. You want to know if I'm tired? Are you concerned for me? I appreciate that. I'd be lying if I said I'm not tired. I think I need to go organize my thoughts a bit. Are you worried about an ulterior motive for the exchange meeting? I wonder what it could be. To tell you the truth, I have an idea of what the president's intentions are. Though I have no way of knowing if my assumption is correct. I still can't really tell. I can't really. I mean, I have a guess, and I've already told you all now. This circumstance she talked about earlier, might be she's concerned about that. Well, yeah, it's a case of what's the phrase? Old habits die hard. Is that so? Well, if I'm right, the president wouldn't be too concerned about it anyway. What do you think of Shanhaijing, Tomoe? Oh goodness, now you sound like one of the Shanhaijing students. I suppose if you're here and Shanhaijing is the behest of the president, it can't be helped. It's true, Shanhaijing is beautiful. It's impressive and historic. Above all, there were plenty of fascinating things to discover. What's even more interesting is that Shanhaijing students don't even consider them hidden gems. Would you mind explaining what you mean a bit? It's like this, Sensei. Secrets only exist in the minds of the people who keep them. If people don't recognize them for what they are and keep them secret, then a secret cannot exist. It's simply a thing whose existence or identity has yet to be discovered. Well... I mean... not really. Some things aren't, like... I'm, like, sitting here thinking about this sentence, and I'm like... I mean, I guess if they need to keep it a secret, sure, but some things aren't necessarily... You know, some things don't necessarily need to be a secret. You know, they could be, like, something really cool to go... You know, they want to show people or whatever. That I can understand a lot more. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's because it could be the case if they realize it, but it's such a cool thing that they don't necessarily want to, you know, hide that from people. So, in Shanhaijing, there were a lot of hidden gems that outsiders like us notice. But Shanhaijing students didn't even seem aware of them. Well, it might just be they're so used to it that it's not really something that's considered a secret. Of course, this is just my opinion, formed from a single day of exploring Shanhaijing. What do you think of Kisaki? The president is an amazing person, yes, truly. I can understand why so many students wholeheartedly follow her. Of course, she isn't as cute as Cherino. I knew that was going to come up. One could even say she's a bit too mature. It's almost unnatural. It does kind of feel that way, especially for a character of her, like, size and stature. I don't even know. I don't really know the ages of all these characters. She probably, I mean, I'm gonna believe she's on the younger end, which, I mean, in that case, that's just all the more impressive, to be honest. She was so worldly, as if she was meant to lead from the very beginning. And she does make sensible judgments. Now that I think about it, it makes me wonder why she behaved so strangely that one time. That one time? Yes, that one time, when she didn't join us for the afternoon tour of Shanhaijing. Oh. You don't think it's a bit odd that the hostess didn't personally escort us around her own areas? And we're talking about someone who knows her etiquette, like the president. Though she did say that she had something she absolutely could not avoid attending to. I know it's not polite to say, but I don't think I'm the only one who doubts her intentions. I wonder what you think, Sensei. They're saying she giggles a lot. No, you don't need to respond. Your expression says everything. No, I don't think it was that obvious. I'm just more sensitive to this issue than the other students. Then how were the Shanhaijing students? Ah, that's an amusing topic. This is where she starts to realize it. The Shanhaijing students we met today were Executive Officer Mina, the one named Kaguya, Rumi the Merchant Guild President, everyone from the Plum Blossom Garden. Oh, and the other students we brushed past during the Shanhaijing tour. Tomoe, best girl of Red Winter. I actually do wonder what best girl of Red Winter is, according to chat. I don't really think I can make it a poll, because I think there's enough characters that's kind of hard to really go with that. Her Live 2D is amazing. Okay. She is the mystic. So if I like her enough, I might consider it. Anyway, my impression is they reminded me of a blazing haystack moments after someone lights it on fire. What do you mean by that? There are always warning signs of impeding consequences. Impending, sorry. The citizen Shanhaijing appears serene on the outside, but I felt the slightest bit of nerves and tension hiding on the inside, or perhaps it was fear. Additionally, statistics show that one large accident precludes 29 smaller accidents from the same cause, which themselves preclude approximately 300 potential accidents from the same cause. Yeah, it just snowballs. And that's bad. It can be. Yes, of course, it would just be an exaggeration based on my initial impressions. However, Red Winter and I tend to be more sensitive to moods like that. Why is that, you ask? Oh, we go through coups all the time. Well, that's because a coup d'etat occurs about 1 or 2 times a week on average in Red Winter. Kaguya? I came here after I heard you mention the signs that are cropping up in Shanhaijing in the name of loyalty. But this is a peculiar place. It belongs to Shanhaijing, but it's not Shanhaijing. It's land at the outskirts with no students or facilities. Few know of a place like this even exists. Let me guess. Her. Are you suggesting those who do are somehow strange? Who? Yep, it's her. The path is dark, but night cannot hide the light. Isn't that so? Are you Shintani Kai? How did you get here? Oh, I didn't think you'd still remember me. That is a bit surprising. Yes, even if everyone has forgotten, someone has to remember the past. You never change, Kaguya. I may not remember faces well, but some people I never forget. Again with the eyes. There's enough, like, slight adjustments in the eyes that it kind of looks more like... It gives off, like, a person... Like, the eyes actually make her look insane, actually. Because of the way, like... It kind of looks like there's a bunch of swirls. It's Arlecchino. Where's her scythe, though? Where's the scythe? Good figure. Chat, please. She is insane. All the 7 prisoners. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, it's not a solid color, or at least it doesn't look like it at first. There's enough detailing in there that it kind of gives it this, like, insanity look. So it's like it's something that's so small, but it says a lot. Yes, I know the Peking Opera Club is still active. You must really be living the life if you have time to worry about someone else's club activities. That is a very fierce expression. Do I detect concern? I never expected to debate thinking you. Oh, there's no need for that. Your expulsion is a decision I stand by, especially considering the outcome. Considering the outcome has quite a few connotations. The president abused her authority to expel you instead of going through the proper channels, and she erased all records associated with you. Are you trying to bring up old memories? I remember. If I hadn't been expelled, then I would have graduated top of my class, but my records mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, the eyes, like, especially when she does that last face, the eyes really make it all the better there. So I know it's something so small, but I really appreciate it. I did momentarily become a burden to the Corrections Bureau, and after that, I ended up roaming the Kyoto's outskirts unnoticed, like some kind of living ghost. It's surprising. The Shintani Kai laments being a burden. Is that how you took it? I think my own eloquence is suffering as a consequence. Why did you call me over? I want to discuss something about present-day Shanhaijing. What do you know about present-day Shanhaijing? Are you shooting the soul of the past? Are you shooing the soul of the past? How biting. Well, what did you expect from someone who both is and isn't part of Shanhaijing? It's just that, well, the moment visitors from Red Winter arrived, I suddenly started hearing about the unrest in Shanhaijing. How did you know that? Shanhaijing has forgotten me. I know that much. But I did not forget Shanhaijing. I can't. So you have your own way of knowing what's going on in Shanhaijing. I'm sure she still has some connections. I can't imagine her being completely out of the loop. Chat, please. Those are even... Chat, you need to chill. Also, I just noticed the concurrent viewers on my stream. Nice. It's probably a different number now for everybody else, but it was still funny. Alrighty. Anyway, you have your own way of knowing what's going on in Shanhaijing. I heard you put on a Peking Opera performance for the Red Winter visitors. How did that make you feel, Kaguya? I won't respond to that. It's okay. A refusal to answer is still an answer. It was humiliating, wasn't it? I feel like... unless she was really hiding her emotions that well, she seemed really happy about it. Because it was like yeah, sure, she did it for them, but Chihiro seemed very interested in it. But if that was an act, dang, she did a good job. As she did say, though, sometimes it's hard to separate where the character ends where the character ends and the student begins. So it is kind of it could be possible, but still. All of your lifelong effort went unrecognized by individuals who don't even know the value of tradition, nor the meaning of Peking Opera. I know very well. Even if someone else, or if everyone else says they don't know, I understand the feeling. Well, okay. Expelled one. Don't go disputing Madam's decisions and judgments. Oh no. All right. Oh, didn't you have doubts about Kisaki's decisions and judgments? If not, then you have no reason to come all the way over here. That is a good point, I guess. I can see it, the unrest in Shanhaijing, and the storm it will surely bring about. If this continues, the Peking Opera itself will become a relic of the past, and in the end, no one will seek it out. That's what transformation is, just as the river water carves away at the boulder. Change affects everything, though it may not be immediately apparent. That's a very interesting way to write that. Never scoff at the cultural value and meaning of the Peking Opera. And it would never scoff. No matter how many people disparage the Peking Opera, there should always be at least one person to protect the Peking Opera and its traditions. Are you telling me to do that? Who else could there be? Why me? Because the Peking Opera Club always understood the value and meaning of Shanhaijing's traditions. At least, that's how it should have been when I was enrolled at Shanhaijing. Everyone talks so casually about tradition like it's nothing. It's rare for anyone to understand how truly important tradition is. You must respect the past and the history of the people who originated from it. The present stands with its roots in the past. At the end of the day, the Black Tortoise Promenade is the biggest problem. Those poisonous mushrooms, they use cooking and business as excuses to spread their spores everywhere. Madam President is no less to blame for the Black Tourist Promenade. Why is she letting them get away with it? She's smart enough to know those punks are causing all kinds of trouble. They really hate room. Yeah, no kidding. Not to mention inviting Shale Sensei is distraction enough. But to have the Red Winter's visitors on top of that, this really plays into the, what's the right word for that? I think, aren't Southeast Asian, like, this is not a slam, but it's more of like, aren't they kind of more of like a homogenous society where it's like they're so used to being around their own and their own cultural values and everything that they don't necessarily, they're not as open to change as other places, which again, that's fine. It's more of just a case where I think that play conservative, I guess that would apply, wouldn't it? I don't know if conservative is the right word. It is like that. It kind of really plays into it though. Like it's starting to feel like that, especially with what like Kaguya is saying here. So it's interesting to see them actually take in aspects of, like, you know, the regional cultures. Traditionalists. Yeah, that sounds about right. We have you. It do be like that. Did she really hate that much to perform for the Red Winter Girls? It sounds like it, actually. It kind of, like, because, like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, she did a really good job with Cherino there, because it's like I legitimately thought that she actually was having the time of her life talking with somebody externally, or that was like an outsider about like her work. Because I feel like there's two sides to this. One, you want to maintain the tradition and the perspectives and the culture around like the Peking Opera, like stuff like that. It's a landmark in its own way. But at the same time, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's such a, well, I don't know how big it is for Shanhaijing, but it's one of those things where it's like, letting other people witness it wouldn't necessarily be, I don't feel like is a bad thing. Because it exposes that, it's kind of, I think this is like Rumi's argument actually. Where it's like, you want to share that kind of stuff with other people. It's on culture, at least something similarly. Depends on which part of SEA. Some are quirk to modernize, others are tradition. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like some point. I think this plays into it a little bit, though. Change can be scary too, though. Oh yeah, no doubt. That's a thing I'm very aware of. Like I said, old habits die hard. It's not exactly an easy thing to deal with. So, but yeah, it's still the thing where it's like, I feel like it would be better. Like, yeah, I could understand you want to maintain like that kind of stuff. You want to focus on what value those particular parts of your culture have, but still being able to share it with others is kind of a cool thing in its own. Not to mention for it to be received very well with an outside group. I feel like that's the best compliment and endorsement you could have. Because not only not only does your culture value and appreciate it, but cultures that are externally appreciate it. I feel like that's like the best thing you could have asked for. But the same thing, it's a exactly. It's you have to keep a balance between the two. I kind of feel like we're seeing a lot of that IRL nowadays, where it's like a struggle between that. But it be what it is. This is a very tricky topic because tradition is the signature of your country, and in this case, school. The world is more on progress, so you need to balance both, but not at the same time. Yeah. It's yin and yang. You can't go too far one direction. Both have to be perfectly balanced. Kaguya just hates foreigners. Yeah, but it seems weird for a leader of an opera club to be that way. But it is what it is. It's a different mindset. I'm not necessarily going to say that it's a bad mindset, because every kind of opinion and worldview is in a way good to have, because at least it gives you exposure to other points and perspectives, which is what I like. So, not to mention inviting shells. Yeah, okay, we already talked about that. Perfectly balanced. Yeah, exactly. Got it. But if you're loyal to the Peking Opera Club before anything else, shouldn't you be more concerned about that? If you want to truly protect tradition, you should start there. I don't know. I feel like if you're wanting to really protect that corner of tradition, letting the world see more of it, I feel like would protect it more, because there's more people to witness, more people to witness it, more people to understand it. Now, granted, I can understand people emulating it, and that could potentially, ruin it. But I feel like at the same time, there's so many different ways things are done. But even if they change ever so slightly, there's still the old-fashioned way that things are done. Those are still preserved. So I feel like this is a snake oil salesman right now. She's poisoning her own thoughts. Well, granted, she didn't have a great thought process to begin with, but it's only getting worsened by Kai. What do you mean? Well, for example, why not try an opera with new content? And you can experiment with choreography on the Peking Opera stage. What are you saying, Shinzani Kai? There's no way the Peking Opera Club and I would have that kind of authority. I find it amusing that you would say that, Peking Opera Club president. The Peking Opera Club has honored Shanhaijing's traditions most seriously up until now. If not you, who else could possibly have it? Granted, this could be nothing more than the ramblings of a Shanhaijing outcast. If we end up doing a new Peking Opera and it fails, is discussing success and failure a mark of loyalty? It seems even the Peking Opera Club president can be corrupted by worldly desires. But what can you expect, really? The outcome, or the only constant, is change, right? Don't speak so rashly. If one person remembers, even if everyone else forgets. Ah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit I was looking for. Don't worry, I'll help you prepare. How? The expelled one has her ways. I like how I like that title, The Expelled One.
This is our group. If you're not from our group, you don't deserve our wares. Yeah. Kai is really good at manipulating people. King, please. Bruh. So it has nothing to do with you, Tiny Kai. No matter what, the Peking Opera Club is loyal to Shanhaijing. That I will make sure of. Sure, of course you will. Or not. Whatever. She's already planted the seed. She's done what she's wanted. That certainly stirred up sparks. I heard everything. What do you want, Kai? Embers. Embers? Yes, embers. Yep, I was gonna say, you're gonna make a joke about fire here. Even the smallest spark shines brightly in the darkness. If it's possible, I hope these small but powerful embers will grow into a raging fire. How about you? Eastern Alchemy Society member. Ah, okay. I hope the Eastern Alchemy Society finds a true president. Oh, right, because she was a... Right. Right. We have the rat. I mean, it's one versus however many are, like, if that kind of plays into the question of loyalty. How much of this club is still loyal to her? I see you haven't changed, though that's probably why you're the only one who stills up. Okay, never mind. She's the only one that's still. That loyalty has been seemingly weak to Kai. President Saya, I mean Yakushi Saya, is not suitable for the role of Eastern Alchemy Society's president. Compared to you, she's lacking both skill and qualifications. The Eastern Alchemical, I also want to say alchemical. The Eastern Alchemy Society must find its true owner, that is all. Is that so? In that case, there's something you must do for me. This almost kind of makes me want to break out into, what's his name? Black Suit's voice. It kind of feels very similar right now with how her personality is in this circumstance. It feels very similar to Black Suit. Because it feels like if you actually just like if you put him in that position, I'm pretty sure it would be almost the exact same like feeling. In Black Suit. I mean, she is kind of wearing darker that color palette. That's like her whole. That's actually like pretty much her entire palette. Now that I think about it. I await your orders. Even if what I need interferes with your future. At the moment, my future at the Eastern Alchemy Society eludes me anyway. Good, then go back to the Eastern Alchemy Society and get things done. We'll do as you say. At least she isn't the Redditor. What's wrong with the Redditor? Don't you want to play a game? I'll win, but you're not going to. But you won't know that. I found it really funny that I read a comment that said it is illegal to go that hard at voice acting. I was like, look, I can't help it sometimes. Do the Predator voice. I honestly feel like I don't know how well it translates over on the microphone sometimes, because it's like when I do like these kind of things on Audition and like my own recording software, it actually does well. But when it's on like when I talk on Discord, it absolutely destroys that stuff. I have 3 voices now. You guys make me aware of that. I have the Black Suit voice, the Redditor voice, and the Descartes voice. Like, I have 3 of them now. How many more do you guys think I'm gonna have by the time, like, Blue Archive finishes? The Redditor is a great voice. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's more of it's like I need a reason to really like it. Like I have to think about what I would want to say for that kind of stuff, though. But it's why it's kind of like Ironically enough, people have told me I should go into voice acting. Yeah, but of course. Though that one is like really close to Descartes in a way. It's just Descartes is a bit more exaggerated. Like I think about it now, like it's actually a lot more fun to be able to like, I don't know how good my range is, but I definitely have a lot more fun with like manipulating my voice to make it sound weird or different. You can host your own made-up podcast of all the voices and Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's your man, Black Suit, here to give you a stream that you are unable to put down. We have our special guest today. It is none other than the man that everyone seems to call the Redditor. How are you this evening?
Why have you put me here? I don't want to be here. I have a game to play. What is this live stream nonsense? Don't make me talk to them. I'm not for that kind of stuff. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Indeed. I usually make deals, though, not podcasts. From Leadfield, but of course! But you know, I have like a lot of fun with that. It's really fun to be able to enjoy like doing that kind of stuff. The hard thing though is I have to kind of like think about what I'd want them to say, because it's like it has to be relatively close to them. You can't just make them say anything. And now Ted with the weather. But of course! Tomorrow, you see, there will be rain. And but of course there will be a tornado. That's kind of more Descartes, honestly. Like if you really think about it, that line and Descartes' voice are very close to each other. I'm just thinking about now Ted with the weather. It go rain. Alrighty, let's move on before we get too distracted. I can't even say it's like yapping or anything. You'd make a good voice actor only because you like story. The more you know the story of a character, the better. Well, I mean, that's kind of what you really need too, though. Like, the best way to truly get into a character is to understand them enough. Because it's like you have to, like, it's one thing to just read a line. It's another thing to understand that character to a level that you can imitate them. Because at that point, you're gonna have a lot more fun with like how you would react or how they would react, and you would know roughly what they would do. Because like at that point, you're looking at you know, it gets a lot, the quality of that of the voice actor gets better if they fully understand the character, because it just makes it to where it's like, oh yeah, that is totally something he would say, or that's totally how he would act in that circumstance. So, it's not just like saying, what an extremely dense bamboo forest. You know, sometimes they might be going more intense or something like that. Granted, this isn't anything exciting. Anyway, what an extremely dense bamboo forest. Hee hee. What happened to Fufu? Now it's hee hee? At least be consistent. What do you think, Sensei? Isn't it impressive? If it were the right season, I could have showed you how I harvest bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots? Yes, they're the sprouts of bamboo. They're soft and tender, and they go great in any dish. It's very likely they used it in the Black Tortoise Promenade's cooking yesterday. The thin yellow stuff, yeah, that was so yummy. Yes, Shanhaijing's bamboo shoots are especially good quality. So good, in fact, that they say you could eat them all day long and never get sick of them. It's nice to be able to walk with you today, madam, unlike yesterday. Yes, I must apologize for yesterday's discourtesy, great little Cherino. I've actually heard bamboo shoots are actually not bad. I've never really had the chance to try that kind of stuff, though. Fufu is being borrowed by Mutsuki. Or Oshina, one of them. What are you saying, Madam Kisaki?
What I'm saying is, the exchange meeting host failed to provide proper guidance to their valued guests. Madam President, is that what happened? I was wondering what you were talking about. And it's been on your mind this whole time. Since we're on the topic, there's something I want to tell you. I am the great leader of Red Winter. Such insignificant things could never threaten my power. I still, like, whenever she says that, I just imagine her with, like, her hands on her hips, like, standing in, like, that, like, I almost want to say Superman pose. Well, as she says that. It's almost like an A pose, really. Anyway, that's what makes you our great leader. Like her hot spring sprite. Yeah, exactly. Like the end of, like that end, like the EX skill animation at the very end when she's doing that pose on top of the tank. Exactly. Right there. But yet chewy. Still going to cook them in a stir fry with spinach noodles. Ooh. That sounds pretty good, Fritz. Baby carrots and spinach noodles. Alrighty. I haven't had a good stir fry in a long time, actually. I can make a couple, but I need some more ingredients if I'm gonna do that. Bruh. Tamai pulls out a giant fan. So she does that so the cape, like the cape that she somehow managed to sneak on, it starts to wave with the wind. I can see that. Anyway. Hot cooking stream. No, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I'd have to. I feel like if I wanted to do that, I would probably practice stuff first and get comfortable with it. Cause like, one of the recipes that I spent a lot of time like working on was getting this. Like it took me probably about 7 or 8 tries to get the ingredients I wanted it for it. So I was like trying a whole bunch of different things just to get it the way I wanted to. So I wouldn't probably do it like any kind of stream like that until I felt pretty comfortable with the recipes I was working with. I am not somebody that's like, oh yeah, we could just follow this and I'll do this, right? Though people don't have to worry. It's not like I'm gonna like, I've seen so many people around my age not really know how to cook, and it kind of scares me. So, I can't read her true feelings on the matter, but I'm relieved nonetheless. Great Leader Chano doesn't seem to be that upset. I'm so grateful that you are being so understanding about this. How did you sleep last night? It wasn't uncomfortable, was it? There were no problems at all, Madam Kisaki. So warm and comfy, I had no complaints. But there was some kind of scent I've never smelled before. I see Charon Martin has a good nose. That's the medicinal incense created by Shanhaijing's Eastern Alchemy Society. My sister doesn't know how to cook too. No, like, okay. There was a person. I will give you an idea as to how bad it is by just one thing that I had to step in on and show them how to do it. This person grabbed, let's say, I'm just gonna, I mean, it was basically a steak, like some basic steaks, and didn't bother, like they were left in the freezer for not a very long time, but enough that they were, you know, you kind of needed to like give them a little bit of time. This person was trying to rip them all out of the container and put them directly onto the pan instead of even trying to, like, you know, thaw them out or do anything like that. They tried to, at least. I basically walked up to them and I was just like, okay, no, you don't do this. You gotta thaw that out and then you can put it on there. You do this with, like, most meats. I beg your finest pardon. No, people, trust me. It's bad.
Like I said, I know people that have, you know the little like cups of macaroni and cheese that you can get at like a store that's like maybe $1 or something, and you just put water in it, stir it a little bit, and then put it in a microwave. I've seen people mess that up. It's bad. It's like people that doesn't wash before cooking chicken before cooking. It's rough. They have the they have the instructions literally put it on the cup. Like, how do you mess that up? How? I've seen people mess up instant noodle. I wouldn't be surprised. This is an American thing? Probably. I mean, I don't know. These are people in college too, which made me really. I was like, you're going to like one of the better colleges, because I got in for like I got in because I was like trying to be a chemistry major, and I'm like, this is one of like the nicer schools. How? What? Like, my personal favorite to still tell is like the little rolling toaster. Somebody put butter on bread, threw it into that toaster. The piece of toast caught on fire. The toaster caught on fire. And the girl was mad because she couldn't get her toast. I'm like, you put the bread on first, then you butter. Please. The rolling it's the ones where, so it's on like a rolling like metal mesh or whatever you want to call it. Think of it like a tank, like the tank treads, how it rolls like that. I don't know what it's exactly called, but you would put it on those, and it rolls into the actual toasting part that actually, toasts it. And then it drops down and then it rolls out. I forget what it's exactly called, but I forget it. But it's just one of those things where I'm just like, it's not that you just needed to put the bread on the thing and let it take care. Then you don't butter it first, then put it in. There are people who are amazingly intellectual in one aspect and incredibly dumb. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Like that I understand what it means to have the world's dumbest smart person and the world's smartest dumb person. And how those are both very different things. But yeah, anyway. They say it brings equanimity and healing to the heart and soul. I'm gonna butcher that word, because I don't use this one often. But I wonder if it was actually helpful. Now that I mention it, I did think it did help, but I can't be sure. Well, since you've made it all the way here to the bamboo forest, I can show you something nice. Something nice? By that, do you mean... Oh. Indeed. This is a Shanhaijing bamboo forest specialty. I hope you're excited. There hasn't been a student yet who didn't enjoy it. Shall we? I'll lead the way. I didn't own toaster. I was like, oh yeah, Panda. Marina is literally about to like melt. All right, it's Marina's time to melt. No way. Isn't it great? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it so unbelievably cute? Panda! Oh, Marina, if you yell too loudly, you might scare off the pandas. Oh, really? It's not unlikely. However, I'm not sure these slowpokes have the wherewithal to run away like that. I saw a baby panda from jail the day I arrived in Shanhaijing, but... We don't talk about that one. It's Japan's long-lost brother. Sure. This probably isn't the best time to bring that up. Now that I can see them better, I'd have to say it still looks like a spotted bear to me. Have you already seen a panda before? Oh, yes, in pictures and things. Chairman Arena loves every kind of bear there is. I see. Pandas are indeed a kind of bear, and gluttons for bamboo. Come to think of it, I think bamboo is the only thing pandas eat. It's true, but they don't eat just any bamboo. They're picky. They always stick to the same kind of bamboo. And all they do all day is sleep and eat. All they do is eat and sleep. It's amazing. I'm jealous. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would be. Sensei. I'm sensing some kind of darkness, or maybe not. But the pandas are adorable, right? That's right, man. I'm just looking at them like this. It's like a balm for my heart. Well, enjoy them all you want. I can tell they bring you peace. Would you like to get closer? Can we? Yes, Mina will guide you. They're already used to people. Mina, if you will. Yes, Madam President. I'll approach carefully. Remember to keep a safe distance. If you get too close, it's not good for you or the panda. Marina's smile could not be any larger than it was today. Okay, now Sensei. What's happening? My whole body is... I can't breathe and I'm so dizzy. My arms and legs feel so heavy. Of all the times this could happen, why now? What? Kisaki, are you okay? Sensei's voice, it sounds so far. Are we far apart? If not... Uh-oh. Sensei, I need to ask you something. Is it already nighttime? It is so dark. Yes, it looks like the sun set a while ago. I see. I have a request to make of you, Sensei. Would you call the president of the Eastern Alchemy Society here? Call Saya here? Yes, now. It's the only way to address this situation. And please take care of Great Leader Chirino and the Red Winter Party. Lead them to the Rikagaku with Mina. I'll do that no matter what, but... About it already being nighttime? Sensei, you're very kind. But there's no need to keep your story straight with me. I'm sorry, I don't have good news for you, madam. She's already here? But she wanted the whole truth, so I have no choice but to respond with complete honesty. No, she can't be. Maybe I'm just remembering that other time. Is she very frail? Is she like some kind of illness or something? That's why she's got the incense and everything that she has? I hope you'll listen carefully. From now on, you will only be able to move properly for a limited amount of time each day. Yeah, she definitely said that. It's too much to fill the whole Rikagaku, but let's burn some medicinal incense in the main room. That should at least help you a bit, madam. Starting now, you must take this immortality elixir every morning. If you skip even one day, something really bad will happen. What else? I recommend stretching every day, perhaps calisthenics. They say the root of disease is poor blood flow. Yeah? Understood? Promise me you'll take care of yourself. No one in Shanhaijing would want to lose you like this, madam. Eesh. This is strange. I was certain I took the immortality elixir this morning. But that would mean... it's not working. It's not as effective. So there's an angle to her I wasn't prepared for. Isn't that elixir isn't it the elixir that made Shun small? I'm pretty sure that was a different experiment. Or is it the same one? You don't actually know that, King. Come on, man. You have to be honest, though, like... There's two possibilities with Shun, at least. Either one, it was a prototype. And they hadn't fully gotten the formula down. Or two, it was tampered or wrong. Or it was 3, something completely different that she just accidentally had for some reason. I don't know. Hey, E. How you doing? Well, this is an interesting side to her I wasn't prepared for. Deep in the Use-Hole Forest. I'm going to butcher that name. Here we have a reverse of that prototype. That's when Saya's popularity did a 180. Oh, right here. I mean, that's good, because I always like characters actually proving actually having some good value to a story. I'm so confused. What happened? Right, Redwinter's visitors were at the bamboo forest. We were going to see the pandas, and then... Oh, she has memory issues too, looks like. Or at least, I mean, if you faint and get... I wonder if she's anemic or something. Are you awake now, Kisaki? Sensei, why are you here? No, wait a moment. I need to organize my thoughts. Could you turn on some more lights? The room is a bit dark. Ha! Yeah, I wasn't ready for that either. Should I turn them off again? Please. You guys are lucky. You don't have to look at the whole UI. The whole stream UI is not the same. Or is not as big as yours. The effect was an accident. I thought it was an accident. Or it was like either an accident or it was an improper formula. Average reaction to light mode at night. But also dreaded if you pull. I mean, it's like a lot of characters in AL too. There's a couple that actually are rather common to pull, but they still have some good story moments. What happened at the bamboo forest? I see. So the visitors watched the pandas for a while and went back. Chairman Marina kept trying to hug the pandas. Mina must have had a hard time trying to stop her. I guess Chairman Marina really does love bears a lot. No matter how cute they are, pandas are still bears. She could have gotten really hurt if something went wrong. I'm sure it was no easy feat for Mina to keep her safe. What kind of president am I that I can't even welcome guests properly? I'm completely unqualified to be president, don't you agree? No. Not necessarily. It's not a physical... A physical limitation isn't what disqualifies a leader, really. Because, like, there's been so many stories, and even real-life examples, where people have such disabilities, yet they still go on being a pretty solid leader. I wouldn't necessarily say that just because you have a physical incapability doesn't necessarily mean you can't, you're not a good president. You are 100 times more competent as a leader than Makoto. Okay, well that's a pretty easy one. Makoto is a very easy one to beat. Those students are amusing, the visitors from Redwinter. And great leader Cherino, inscrutable as she is, seems to be very strong-willed. Chief Secretary Tomoe tries to hide it, but you can see her wisdom beneath that facade of hers. And Chairman Marina, well, it's refreshing to see someone with her status be so delightful. All the students are great. Everyone. Now I'm sitting here wondering, is the reason why she wanted this meeting partially because she wanted to at least have it as a bucket list item or something of the sort? The fact that she has to drink something called the immortality elixir makes me wonder if she's got a really bad condition of sorts. Are you surprised, Sensei? You can't keep worrying about others, not in this state. I wish you would take care of yourself now. That's what you have to say, Sensei. Do the students know about my condition? What about the visitors from Redwinter? Saya handled everything well. Mina hasn't even noticed. Is that so? Then I feel reassured. I wish you would tell me what happened to you.
It's nothing remarkable. It's just my body has become so weak that I can only function normally for a small amount of time per day. So some kind of stunted growth? Isn't that really bad? Yeah, it would be. It's okay. After all, I haven't entirely lost my mobility, so there are still plenty of things I can do, and that is enough for me, really. Who else knows? As far as I understand it, no one except Saya. Even Rumi doesn't know. I did my best to ensure my secret wouldn't be revealed to anyone. It's true. I've known Rumi for a very long time. But I wasn't this weak when I was younger. When we were growing up together. You mean this came on... Oh, so it's a cute. Okay. You mean this came on suddenly? I'm the delicate, beautiful genius leader of Shanhaijing. Just like a certain other person, huh? It all started when I made the unprecedented move to become the president of Genrumon in my second year. The role of president customarily went to third years, but that third year student fell into disgrace and lost her position. Oh, okay. Kai. This is probably Kai that we're referring to. So everyone made the unanimous decision to select me. Even now, it seems peculiar. Students who vehemently defended tradition broke it to designate me, a second year, as the president of Genrumon. Could that be maybe that's because being president of Genrumon is demanding? I mean, I wouldn't say demanding, because, I mean, she doesn't... I wouldn't necessarily say that Kaya was incapable of handling demanding a demanding position. It's just that whatever she did probably made it to where people didn't want her to be it. Sometimes it's good not to get too close to the truth, Sensei. One of my first acts as a second-year president was to expel a third year. Everyone objected. Punishment that harsh usually requires one to follow very strict procedures. It was quite the paradox. The same people who bucked tradition to install a second year as president cloned tradition for that decision. Oh dear, I've gotten off track. Let's get back to the point. Right after that, my body started exhibiting some unusual signs of illness. But well, that makes me more likely to believe that Kai was the reason she's this ill. Kai must have done something to Kisaki. That's like the only thing I could think of is because I'm assuming this third year is Kai. I forgot the first part of her name, but I know Kai is at least the thing I can remember. So I'm sitting here thinking maybe Kai did something to her and that's why she's in this position now. So that's all I could really think of this. Anyway, sign of stress from a demanding job as president. I mean, you're a kid, sure, I can get that too. That's a lot of stress. Stress can cause a lot of things to pop up. It's actually I think one of the more common things for, like, even weight gain, even. Why do you look so downcast, Sensei? Didn't I do a good job fooling the others? If neither you nor Rumi could tell, I must have. In fact, I think my acting talents could earn me a spot at a theater company or a movie club at a different academy. Sure, but I don't think you'd do well considering your current state. Kyoto's acting world might be missing out on massive talent, don't you think so, Sensei? No, I think you're right where you should be. Even with this illness that you're dealing with. If it's that exhausting, don't you think maybe you should give up this undercover stuff? Yeah. Yes, that would probably be the right thing to do. Someone who's lost control of her own body should be recuperating in the old palace. You must be wondering why I keep changing my appearance and wandering around seemingly with no purpose. Changing your appearance? I didn't really notice any difference. Well, Sensei, this may be my selfishness and greed talking. But before it's too late, I want to see as much as I can and that, I think, this is why I believe she did this in the first place. It's a bucket list. While she still has the ability to do things as a, act and like walk around and do what she can, she wants to explore as much as she can. That's what I was starting to think. It's a bucket list. Why are you hiding your illness from other students? If you told them the truth, they might be able to help you. Right now, probably not. They might take advantage of it, saying that our leader is weak. That'd be a very major concern. Also, not to mention they might be able to connect the dots that this decision was out of selfishness rather than tradition. Because this is what being a president of Ginramon is. Yeah, lives of secrecy. You guys do a lot of the undercover stuff. If you show the slightest bit of weakness of imperfection, they'll eat you alive from the inside. That's how the president before me lost her position. You think I take my role as president too seriously? If only I didn't. Maybe I would be more at ease. But Sensei, you saw what Shanhaijing students, Ginramon kids, did. When I told them to welcome our guests according to the traditions of Ginramon, they took them to the interrogation room. They interpreted my instructions as an order to uncover any conspiracies. Plenty of students in other academies misbehave. Well, I wouldn't say that. The Commercial Society of Hot Springs Department, for example. Even the engineering department kids are really good nature, but he's just throwing 3 groups of kids under the. Just straight up throwing a bunch of kids under the bus.
I'm just gonna say the top one though.
Is that so?
We have a list. We do. Makoto was on that too.
But Sensei, it still seems like I'm having a hard time letting Shanhaijing be. Kisaki slowly rose into a sitting position. Then she leaned toward me to rest her forehead against my chest. Moonlight shone into the room from a nearby window.
This is really... this is really focusing on trying to win people over to Kisaki.
It's fine, but it's still one of those cases where it's like, it's kind of playing into emotional, thing, which is, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's kind of sad to know that this is what she's going through. People kind of feel like they're taking pity on her. I have a request to make of you. I don't want anyone except you and Saya to know about my condition. Please. Saya promised me that she would always keep my secret, so if word gets around, I'll know who shared it. Okay. We're delving into a story anyway, Yeah. I mean, this is basically very heavily centered around her, which is fine. It just really shows the spotlight on her in this story. What's wrong, Sensei? You look distressed. It's okay. I'm still alive and moving around, aren't I? Yeah, but you won't be for long. Your condition's only getting worse. I reached up and gently patted the back of Kisaki's hair. This is nice. I feel more at ease and my pain feels like it's subsiding, even if it's just a little bit. Don't worry so much, Sensei. Who else could I ask a favor for? Who else could I ask of for a favor like this if not you? She trusts us completely. Wow, look at that. I mean, it's part of the course. Sensei kinda is like the one to trust. Kisaki glanced up at me with bright eyes and a soft smile. I couldn't bear to see that expression on her face, so I reluctantly closed my eyes. It's kind of pitiful, yeah. It's really sad. You feeling okay, President? Yes, I feel a lot better. Don't worry. This is so strange. I'm positive I took my immortality elixir today. Yes, that's exactly why I'm here. Listen carefully, madam. I've discovered that someone swapped your elixir. The rogue actor within the Eastern Alchemy Society. That was her action. Oh. So no, it's not just Saya that's it. Yeah, that makes sense. Kai did it. Kai is the reason she's weak. Because Kai would be the only one that would know. Or, you know, the person who inflicts something on you would know. But now that, I mean, and Kai has a motive to do it. Because if she's the third year that got, you know, expelled, she has a reason to do that back as punishment or as payback. And it'd be one last spite because they broke traditions to... She was talking about traditions earlier, so it would make sense. And now that she's passed that on to that one person, the one person who is loyal to her in the Alchemy Society, it would make sense that that would get tampered with. But this brings up another point. Because they're not gonna, if they don't know that Kai is the reason she's sick, then the only way, this leads us down two paths. Someone else knows of this and intentionally sabotaged it, or Saya made a mistake. The problem is, since they just now discovered this, and right now, Kisaki only believes Saya, this could get scary. Kai's been grinding that axe for... Oh, yeah, no kidding. I mean, it makes sense, though. The elixir could have been defective, but if she said that someone swapped it, then someone either knew of it intentionally and intentionally did it, or it was a mistake. I'm sure you understand the implications of such an act. This is basically an attempt to take her out. Well, first, I should reprimand you right here and now for your incompetence in managing the Eastern Alchemy Society human resources. Yes, I deserve to be chastised, but there is an even bigger problem. This means there's a mole in a key position in the Eastern Alchemy Society. Yes, that is the only way to interpret it. Okay, so maybe they are aware that Kai might have done something. I thought trouble rode in on the cold wind on the north, but perhaps it is from somewhere else. Starting tomorrow, I will personally craft your immortality elixir, madam. Then I'll begin investigating every member of the entire Eastern Alchemy Society. It's a sad day when the president of the Eastern Alchemy Society can't trust her own people. It's rare, but it does happen occasionally. Madam, you should start exercising a greater level of caution. And I'll accept the consequences of my failures once this is all sorted out. Yes, let's do that. You be careful as well. I'm sorry, if only I could make a more perfect elixir. If I could find a medicinal herb that would improve the president's condition even the slightest bit. But the results are always temporary. Come with side effects or do nothing to improve her situation. What are you saying? If it wasn't for your elixir, nothing would have worked out the way it did. Madam, I beg you, please cancel all your plans for tomorrow at least and get some rest. I'm afraid you are asking too much. We have valued guests visiting. Perhaps when our guests have returned home, I'll get some rest, but for now, please be forgiving of your terrible patient. I understand. A phone call? It's a call from me. Who is this? Kaguya. It's so late. What's wrong? Please accept my sincerest apologies for calling at such a late hour, madam, but I had to tell you that we had just finished working on a new idea for the Peking Opera. If possible, I'd like to perform it for the Red Winter visitors tomorrow before the tour ends. Would that be okay? A new Peking Opera performance. First, I must compliment you on your efforts. I will allow the performance, since it seems great leader Cherino really likes you. I extend my gratitude for your generous decision, madam. I'm obliged to inform you, since it's a new Peking Opera, we would like to invite all of Ginramon members. Would that be okay? Oh, have all of them in one place for a major fire. Please do. White Tiger Park is spacious, and a good number of Ginramon members enjoy Peking Opera. Thank you, madam. I'll put my entire heart and soul into preparing for it. The new Peking Opera in these times. She seemed quite enthusiastic. It's a good quality in an artist. And considering morale has been somewhat downcast lately, this may be the perfect opportunity to lift some spirits. Or the perfect atmosphere to ignite a fire. Just a play. What could go... Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? It's just a play, right? Will the Eastern Alchemy Society also participate? I'll prepare a spot for them for now. The Eastern Alchemy Society should be reflecting on their actions right now. However, trying to suppress them further may cause the pot to boil over, so to speak. I'm pretty sure you got a bigger problem than just them. I'm sure you already have a tight grip on the Eastern Alchemy Society's discipline today. Is that right? You already knew that. Of course, it's exactly the type of thing you would do. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Uh-oh. After the unwelcome school memes and seeing too much art of Rio, I've officially decided to install a Blue Archive. Oh, okay. Well, you've got some time before Rio. But she is a character that is around now. This is getting this is crazy though. Listen to the doll. The doll it speaks, therefore you must listen, and stare at it you shall. The premiere show of a new performance out of the blue. How fascinating. Considering the first show was good, I'm sure it'll be great this time too. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. And it's been such a long time since Kaguya has been this so enthusiastic about a piece. I think I'm getting used to this sound. Oh, the actors dressed in armor, raced on stage in a line and queued up neatly. And the lead role is wearing black armor this time too. I'm starting to recognize more of the details now. Is that so? That's good to hear. Uh-oh. Living is like a big dream. How can one struggle so fiercely to live life? Whatever happens, I lie beneath the pillar. Suddenly I awake. I look into the yard. A single bird calls out from amongst the flowers. Let us inquire about what kind of time is now. The sound of a nightingale is like the flowing of a spring breeze. It sings loudly and awaits the moon's arrival. So, it always begins by setting the scene around the characters. Peking Opera always follows a prescribed form, almost as if it's been ordered to do so. But it looks like Kaguya wrote this from scratch, right? Yeah, she wrote up the whole performance in a matter of days. Impressive. I mean, if she's got a reason to do it, she'll do it. Might not be for the best of reasons, but we'll see how that unfolds. Though, unfortunately, I already know how it's gonna unfold because it's Sensei. She's been dominating my Reddit feed for months now, and I've given up on trying to stop it. I mean, Rio is a very interesting character. She definitely drew a lot of ire because of Volume 2, but Chapter F, or Volume F, I think is probably the right way to put it. I have to get used to actually specifying that word because chapter, volume, and episode are very different. All have different things. Volume F, I think she regained herself a bit there. So, I do want to see her go on a more redemption arc, so I'm hoping it goes well. People love their gaming for it. Yeah, it's kind of hard when, like, Alice is, like, a huge meme. Because, you know, that dance and everything that what was his name, Blue Sechi did. It's kind of hard to really, deny that. Light fog blooms above the lake. The dappled sunlight promises a good harvest this year. The world is peaceful, as I have nothing else to wish for. The dragon and phoenix held auspicious energy in their mouths. Look, people, the dark monarch is walking across the yard. She is intelligent and sharp, yet narrow-minded and foolish. She reigns and rules, but cannot lower her gaze, though she is wise enough to know her own weaknesses. but she is not brave enough to overcome them. Huh? Wait, was that just... You're talking too loud. Did we just hear that right? It could be an old idiom or metaphor, right? Let's keep listening. But still, they left it wide open to interpretation. The Dark Monarch, huh? I, the Dark Monarch, will borrow the authority to speak. A hidden dispute pervades the yard. The ill-disguised resentment stretches to the rafters. To this, I will open the closed door and call in the outside winds. That is my path, so everyone shall listen and act accordingly. Open the closed door and call in the outside... Yeah, this is very... It's very explicit. They're not being subtle about it at all. Look at that. A little... I forgot what his name is. It's just in her bag. I haven't actually looked at her sprite too much. I have a bad feeling about this. What will the other students think, especially Ginramon members? The Ginramon members are well practiced at deciphering a Peking Opera compared to the other Shanhaijing students. Kaguya, what are you thinking? Forgive and think back on the past. Those who oppose her volition suffer her wrath. The heavens' power is wholeheartedly divine as such. Of what use could man's little tricks be? Consider fragility within peace. Consider again peace within fragility. The harmony of heaven and sky is unpredictable as this. So open up the things suppressed by the wind's power, and suppress again what's open. Look, people, the wisdom of man is this short-lived. Anyone who boasts of their wisdom will become foolish. Beware of windfalls and fortune that overflows from the fountain without reason. You must focus your gaze on higher places or you will fall victim to those tricks. What's with those Peking Opera club kids? Are they upset with Madam for some reason? If so, they really shouldn't be airing their grievances in front of the Red Winter visitors. Wait, are they acting like this specifically because of those Red Winter visitors? Oh, now that I think about it, what if visitors were never accepted in the first place? Look, people, the Dark Monarch has welcomed the wind in. The closed door opens and the dust grows rampant within. The water cannot defeat the wind and the earth is laid to waste by locusts. The prideful one cannot reflect on oneself and tears, not rain, wet the earth. Kage really do this to me in front of all of Ginramon? Must not be completely back to normal. However, I, the Dark Monarch, will borrow the authority to speak once again. The mountain does not shun height, and the ocean does not shun depth. The remaining earth will welcome the wind, and the sky will embrace the clouds. I may forsake the world, but I won't let the world abandon me. I humbly ask again, please calm your spirits and take care of yourself. She knows what will come before it happens, and she contemplates the end upon the beginning. Accepting honest advice is the way to subsisting. How can one not weep after losing multitudes for the sake of a small gain? Yikes. Sowing the seeds of doubt, yeah, no kidding. The question is the public gonna catch it though? Because like the Ginramon people get it, but if they agree with it, that's not good. Dark Monarch has a strong will and drive. That's just as a leader should. The problem is this isn't going to be very like this is where it's going to backfire is because technically Cherry is this way. Those lieges who fell for that. Everything is done with intention. There will always be short-sighted lieges who can't see the visions of distinguished leaders like us. Isn't that true, Madam Kisaki? You don't look so good. Are you okay, madam? I'm okay. There's nothing wrong, Great Leader Cherino. Are you that displeased by the exchange meeting, Kaguya? More importantly, are you making an appeal in the form of a Peking Opera? Now that the Dark Monarch has called in the wind, heavy rains fall from the sky and the river overflows. The mountains and fields are flooded and the ocean roils. Lightning and tornadoes ravage the earth, letting cries and resentment echo. We're not mishearing this, are we? It's true that the president invited the Red Winter visitors first, but it's not like that visiting group created a huge problem or anything. No, I think I'm starting to understand. Eventually, even the tiniest holes can bring down a Oh, okay. So the president will start allowing external influences, starting with Red Winter visitors? I hope that won't happen. Same goes for the 10,000-year ginseng event. But whether the president is really trying to protect the traditions of Shanhaijing, well, sometimes I doubt her a little. Watch what you're saying. That's why I'm speaking quietly. Pain flows like the river, and the resentment stretches to the skies. Good medicine is bitter to the taste, but it is beneficial for illnesses. Oh. That one was subtle, but that is also nasty. Advice is bothersome to the ear, but beneficial for one's conduct. If one is to follow the path of goodness by changing one's heart, even now, they can revert without being carried away, forward or backward. I am not wrong, so I will not compromise. I beg your kindness. How could a sparrow possibly comprehend the will of a phoenix? The life of a sparrow, the life of a phoenix, they are all the same lives. Okay. What could Kaguya possibly be thinking? No, wait. The bigger problem is the anxious energy coming from Genramon members. The effect would have been lessened if this message was relayed in a straightforward manifesto-type manner. But to be discreet yet so public by holding a performance, the president needs to be evacuated now. Now the actors are holding flags with flames drawn on them and running around the stage. That means the world is on fire, right? And the flags with flowing water on them. Do they represent a flood? Locust swarms and lightning. It seems like all of the natural disasters are happening at once. I've been watching carefully just in case. But I see this is a coup d'etat. Yep. Look, people, the Dark Monarch has finally fallen over on her own. The monarch should probably reign over their people, but went against God's plan due to greed and inadequacy. Even if everyone cries so sorrowfully and gnashes their teeth, what could be left? They mentioned God's plan. I at least know what President Kaguya is trying to say. But that's our president she's talking about. Well, that's true. I can't bear to think about this, but what if the president really has no desire to protect the traditions of Shanhaijing? There's the seeds. They're planted. Yikes. Yeah, traditionalists are mad at Kisaki. Yeah, exactly. In a world where most characters are almost physically immortal, influence is scary. That's where the brains of a... I mean, at least this is why I'm like, Red Winter is going to catch it. That's the one thing they don't understand is... Like, I guess this is where the one angle of it is of all the people to do this in front of, is the ones that are going to be more sensitive and catch it. So, there's definitely a blunder here. They didn't know their opponent. Even though they're considering their... I mean, the thing is, the traditionalists are going to consider Red Winter an opponent here, though alongside Kisaki. The problem is, they don't know Red Winter enough. I'm blaming this on Shirino. Everywhere she goes, there's always a coup. Well, to be fair, the coup started because of the decisions of Kisaki, but it's not necessarily Kisaki's fault because she has her own reasons. Sure, it may not necessarily be the best of things, but at the same time, this is kind of where you've got two different walls colliding with each other, and neither of them are willing to give way. So, yeah, I do feel like they are at least missing, like, the one downside is they underestimated Red Winter catching this. So, I can't, and if anything, I don't think they would like how Red Winter handles this kind of stuff.
To even consider... Kaguya is wrong to even consider Kai's thought. Yeah. Well, again, this is the mindset that you have to understand, like, people are going to have different viewpoints and different ways of life for stuff. They value traditions over, you know, more progressive notions. You know, and if it's their way of life that they know, I wouldn't be surprised if they would be willing to do horrible things to protect it. You know, some people you have to, like, the harsh reality of this kind of stuff is that there are some people who will never who are not willing to change, and they will take that to the grave with them if they have to. The hard part about it is how to approach that. I'll be back for the VOD. I'm running on mobile data. Oh yeah, no problem. I get you, Influence. Have a good one, man. Definitely don't want you to run all your data out. But yeah, anyway, can't think about something like that. That place you see over there is our home. Overgrown with pine trees and pine nut trees. The wild hare frequents the small hole. The indifferent pheasant flies above the beams. Strip and mash the grains into rice. Pick the mallow leaves and boil them into a soup. The soup and rice are ready in no time. Who is there to eat with? Oh, such heart-wrenching lyrics. To think there isn't a single person to eat with because everything is in decline. What if that's the future of Shanhaijing? No way, that's impossible. See, even you don't sound confident. There's the pedals. Listen well, people. Always be humble. Reflect on yourself and don't forget self-improvement. There is reason behind everything. She had no idea that the self-reflection of yesterday would continue into tomorrow. As she turned her gaze from her divine destiny and feigned ignorance, her fate became inevitable. To prevent something like this from occurring again. In the name of Shanhaijing and its traditions, I denounce Kisaki, president of Genrimon. And then the fight begins, and then they lose, and they're like, no, how could this be? Oh, they're just heavies. Well, I wonder what team I'll be using, considering they're all heavies. After you race up the mountain. It is a literal mask-off moment, yeah. In the name of Shanhaijing and its traditions, I denounce Ryuge Hisaki, I think I said her name right. President of Genrimon. Why us? Chino, get behind us. Yeah, look, we're just visitors. What are you trying to do? To be fair, this would create a major, like... This is some very short-term thinking. And probably one of the biggest blunders here. Let's say they're successful at doing this. They throw Kisaki out and they pretty much hurt Red Winter. That makes them look really bad. So, yeah, sure, they held to their traditions, but they hurt themselves in terms of their public image. So maybe they won't care. Sure. But this is one of those things where the long-term consequences of this are probably more catastrophic than what they're thinking it's going to be. But they also, yeah, there's also this, the other thing too is Red Winter and Shale. The game was rigged from the start. Been started quite effectively, Kaguya. What will you do now? You're president? Wait, Genrimon, and ask yourselves, what are you trying to protect? Is it Madame Kisaki or Shanhaijing? What are you trying to say, President Kaguya? If you all have eyes and ears, then you should know. Genrimon is our first and foremost an organization that protects the traditions and values of Shanhaijing. But is Madame Kisaki, the head of Genrimon, truly someone who protects the traditions and values of Shanhaijing? She may have been in the past, but back then, Madame Kisaki was someone deserving of respect, everyone's respect and loyalty. But how is she now? Are the Madame Kisaki of the past and that of the present the same?
I don't believe so. Look at the change when Kisaki has brought to Shanhaijing. Us? I agree. Personally inviting the students of Red Winter to Shanhaijing was... But it's the president. That's true, but if the president of Ginramon doesn't protect Shanhaijing... Ginramon aren't being proactive. I knew the chances of them adamantly supporting the president's removal were slim, but... No, this is enough. Above all, our goal is to steer the president, who's going down the wrong road, back onto the right path. We'll give her our earnest advice and opinions and guide her back through our determination. Don't forget, our people do not plot treason, but rather we demonstrate unflagging loyalty. You literally just denounced her. Sure, you can say it's in the best of... You can say that's in the best of Shanhaijing, but... At the same time... You know... At this point, it's gonna be a case of the winner writes history. Via contradictions via upon contradict. Well... There... So what I would generally understand is, yes, their ideology is, in a way, you know, like I said, they want to protect their way of life and what they understand, what they're comfortable with. They don't necessarily want to change. It's the same, you know, this is one of those things where it's like, it's not necessarily a flawed ideology. Because, in a way, traditions are good. There's a reason why some of them last tests of time. You could say that they're out of... You could make the argument that they are outdated, sure, but there's a reason traditions last the test of time. So, in a way, there's good in it. But at the same time, yes, if stuff is acted on in the wrong direction, then yeah, it can be wrong. It's that applies to every single ideology at that point. If the ideas are in good faith, but the actions end up not being so much so, then at that point, it kind of hurts your very own movement. The problem is traditions also change over time. Ironically, there is no tradition without changes of... Yeah, but that's the thing. The thing that they also have to realize is change is a constant. Yeah, as it was said earlier, actually, change is a constant. There is one thing that will always exist and never will not exist. So, it's kind of unfortunate. Madam, you must escape. This place is dangerous. Thank you for your concern, Saya. However, where can I possibly go from here? The head of an organization is like an offering to the heavens. What are you trying to protect? Is it Madame Kisaki or Shanhaijing? I've known what to do from the very beginning. Anyone who wants to harm the Madam President. Oof. We'll do it over my dead body. Mina, you should escape too. Never be so shameful as to abandon the president. Even if I must fight the entirety of Shanhaijing, I will protect the president. I like your style, Executive Officer Mina. Did she actually show herself here? What was that? I had no intention of meddling in the problems of other academies, but I can't let Executive Officer Mina hog all the glory. Is that what you meant, Chairman Marina? I owe the president a lot. A pancake served to a guest must be returned with butter with butter soup. I wouldn't say soup, but okay. Do we get to it? Yes! Oh, wait, no, it's K-pop version. No! It's basically saying, yeah, like that was basically, you were kind to us, let's return the favor. I mean, they're holding their ground. They're taking us out, boss! They're taking us down! We need reinforcements! They're no! Steve, Tom, Billy, Frank, William, No! They're taking us out! They're destroying us! I saw one of my friends get their head blown off! Their mask came flying off! That one did a backflip! I should probably actually use this skill. Oh, this is only one. Oh, they're only all one! Jameson, no! Am I supposed to be just taking out? I don't. They keep. Ooh! Not the bees! Not the bees! So when does this end? Am I supposed to win this? Oh, no, it just, okay. So defeat a number. That expression, though. And the winner was... I'm not surprised. Ah. We're outnumbered. They're stronger than us. Stand with Mina and Marina. Block in front of Kisaki, okay. Sensei. Sensei? What are you trying to do, Sensei? I know I shouldn't interfere too much in student clashes, but I wish you wouldn't be so hard on Kisaki. And why is that? It's because, well, but I promised. Because Kisaki is doing her best for Shanhaijing. Too much has happened for you to call this a difference in perspective. Too many students were openly concerned about this issue. Many spoke out against what was happening. Above all, we are trying to guide the president down the correct path. So Sensei, please, step aside. Even we don't want a reputation for being hostile towards Shale. Well, unfortunately, I think you're gonna have to accept that that's the possibility you're going to get if you keep this if you go down this path. Though, knowing this is kind of a rough decision for Sensei, but at the same time, I think he's gonna stay with Kisaki. This is what they say, Sensei. But it's okay. It's me thereafter, and it seems Genramon students are feeling confused. What else can a president who lost the trust of her members possibly do? Traditionally, divine destiny comes from the voice of God, and the voice of God is the voice of the people. Oh yeah, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. I think that's the phrase. And I who have lost that, can follow no other path than this. I can't stand any more of this. What was that? Well, Shale comes under Kisaki's quote. Yeah. Yeah, this is that's literally it. If they even think about doing any of that, they will literally become public enemy #1, and that's not a good thing. That's why I'm saying, like, the long-term consequences of this is not necessarily... Their goals are short-sighted. Which is the only problem there. Sure, they're protecting their way of life, but it's a case where it's like, it's not a great idea. This is probably Cherry No finally having enough. Can't stand any more of this. What was that? How does any of that matter? Let me make myself clear. All students have the right to stage a coup. And the student council president has the right to suppress that coup and continue leading the school. What are you talking about, Great Leader Cherry No? I'm saying this is where I'm like, they misunderstood, or they don't know Red Winter, so this probably is going to backfire on them a bit. I'm saying that's what's happening right now is part of the course for us at Red Winter. Not protecting tradition, bringing about change. Isn't this coup d'etat? You are all raising the very definition of change. Very true. Very true. What we're trying to do isn't a coup d'etat of reason. We're providing advice and suggestions by denouncing the leader and also threatening them, basically. But the Peking Opera Club chose extreme measures and change to make that happen. Isn't that right? That does make sense. The president of Genramon must protect Shanhaijing. Yes, this is true. But if that's the case, shouldn't the president of the Peking Opera Club protect the Peking Opera Club?
Are Kaguya's actions truly protecting the Peking Opera Club? This is backfire. Ooh, okay. I may be a neutral third party, but even I'm a bit doubtful. Oh. The same goes for all of Genramon, of course. Protecting Shanhaijing is important. But are you not all members of a group called Genramon that is part of Shanhaijing? Isn't prioritizing the protection of that group's leader your true duty and task? Oh, huh. Is that how that works? That makes sense, but how could that Red Winter student Tomoe know so much about what's going on in Shanhaijing Genramon? It's this is why I said this is their perspective. This is why having alternate perspectives makes sense. First time, yeah, basically, this is literally the first time, huh? It literally is. This is why it's like, of all the schools they could have brought, this was the worst one to do this to. Though I honestly have a feeling that the other schools would have probably also resisted this. Well, as our great leader said before, an incident of this nature is so commonplace at Red Winter that it borders on trivial. Winter's coldness levels the playing field. It doesn't defeat us, gives us the courage of a bear. Now move. Great leader Tyranno, I'll clear a path, trust me. I can always count on you, Chairman Marina. Let's show them the ways of Red Winter and set an example for the Shanhaijing students. Can you just imagine? It's just 3 of them. What are they gonna what are they gonna do? Tank! They got a tank! This is where they all drop their guns to throw their hands up in the air and start screaming madly. Yeah, here I go. Unfortunately, no Cherino. But we do have Saya. I can't bring anybody else though. Why can't I use my team? Like, why can't I just fill the empty blanks? Oh yeah, I know. I played Left 4 Dead. I very much know. I don't. Oh, it's so slow. These skills are also very high costs. Mina's, I think, is the cheapest, maybe. I like this song too. I'd rather save this skill for when I really need it. Oh, we're not even fighting. Okay. Be gone. Flyer. Oh, so enemies within the range get... okay, I see. So if I did this... I need to get Marina going. Bees! Bees! Verdict, bees. You have committed treason against your school. The punishment for the crime is bees. Those better, yeah. If those were Asian hornets, that would be a disaster. Ugh. And down she goes. That was simple. Good work, Chief Secretary Tomoe. Chairman Marina, you too. Thank you, great leader Cherino. Are you injured at all, Sensei? Nope, not even a scratch, thanks to you, Tomoe and Marina. Wait, why did I say Tomoe? Oh. Never mind. You said Tomoe and... okay. I was like, I thought there was a comma there, so I was like, wait, Tomoe asked us the question. Why did we say her name and you at the same time? No, it's... Never mind. I misread that. Well, that's a relief. I was a bit nervous. That was such a weak coup. Hey, I'm tempted to teach them a thing or two about running a proper coup. Just grabs Kaguya and I'm like, listen here, you little... If you're gonna do that, you better do it right. And it was at that moment the Peking Opera House had a complete and utter fear of Red Winter. Allow me to demonstrate, guns down Cherino for no reason. Cherino gets up, hey! I think the funny thing is, like, if she actually did that where she's just like, let me show you how it's really done, just annihilates Cherino. Everybody around them would just be like, oh my gosh! It'd be something that's so extreme they would not know how to even handle that. They'd be like, no, please, don't do that again. I don't want to witness it. Sorry, Marina, do you need to clean more bathrooms? No, I misspoke, Chief Secretary Tomoe. While we're on the topic, let me ask, if you can't block a coup d'etat, how can you prevent them? We just need to send any student who are greater than... Any students who are greater than Great Leader Cherino to Spec Ops number 227. Good answer. In which students are greater than Great Leader Cherino? There's no such thing. Very good. That'd be funny. Kidderman, assemble. Mina. It doesn't matter what you all think, what you all tried to do or have already done. Those who can move, round up the Peking Opera Club and escort the president and all the visitors to the Rikagaku. Understood. But what are Madame Kisaki's intentions? I've never even thought about anything like this until now. This is honestly where I would probably say Kisaki might have to come forth about it. It's not a bad idea to make some arrests. Success and failure have no place on the path to loyalty. So I truly hope Madame Kisaki will open her eyes again. Tomoe is scary. She can be. It's kind of funny though. That line was still pretty funny. It makes me want to show them how to properly do one. It just freaking annihilates Cherino. The funny thing is I can see that, and that's the best part too. Time goes by so fast. The exchange meeting is already ending. Seems you really enjoyed this exchange meeting, Great Leader Cherino. I'm relieved. What's the one thing about Shanhaijing that you could take away from all this? Shanhaijing has been a great adventure for us. Interesting views, delicious new food to try, lazy pandas, lazy pandas, and a Peking Opera. Everything was great, amazing. I hope you can forgive that trouble with the Peking Opera Club. Seems Madame Kisaki needs me to repeat myself. I'll say it again. Excessive humility and apology can be counterproductive. I am the great leader of the Red Winter. Such insignificant things could never threaten my power. I see. That's right, President Cherino is a very magnanimous person. Oh yeah, sure. Kaguya and the Peking Opera Club members will return after 2 or 3 weeks of bathroom cleaning anyway. That should be enough, don't you think? Once again, I see a huge difference between Shanhaijing's customs and Red Winter school regulations. Mr. Kisaki, the way you naturally inspire people was especially impressive. This is great inspiration for my own propaganda. I mean, the way I persuade others.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's just like amateurs. Ha! I'm just imagining an animation. There's just like a pile of them, and she's like climbing up while just unloading her gun. She's like, ha, amateurs. She's like, if you're gonna throw a coup, you better try. Though to be fair, what the Opera House was trying to do is technically this. It's scary when it comes to influence of you. Oh yeah, no doubt. Is that so? That's something I didn't expect at all. But you look upset, President Kisaki. Is something wrong? I do? Oh, no. I'm totally fine. Really? More importantly, I prepared a small commemorative gift. I hope you'll accept it. Aw, that's actually kind of cute. This is a panda. It's a model panda made from white, black, and green jade. It's not much, but I hope you'll enjoy this as a memento on your trip to Shanhaijing. This is amazing, madam. The black and white of the panda are portrayed so perfectly. So are its chubby shape and sleepy-looking eyes. Would have been funny if it was a Kisaki ball. Yeah, like when he was like, mine. It looks like it could come to life and start moving any moment. See, Chair Marina especially likes it. Well, of course, it's like right up her alley. Thank you. I'll keep this safe in my executive office. As soon as we can, I'd love to invite you over to our Red Winter. How could I refuse? In fact, I look forward to it, great leader Chino. Hopefully that day comes, because that would mean that she's able to make that journey. Even if it may be a long time from now. But she is out of NPC jail, so I'm pretty sure... Well, I mean, I say that, but there's other students get that. I'll see. I'm going to assume that over in JP land, they've figured out a way for her... Like, her being a playable character makes me think that they figured out a way to fix that. I just got back. Regarding the farewell, I left everything to the PR manager. I'm sure they'll take care of it. I'm worried. I mean, they got their butts handed to them, so... Is it possible everything the Peking Opera Club did could spark a different kind of change in Shanhaijing? I'm sure Kaguya isn't the only problem. I mean, I'm the one who started everything after all. I mean, I wouldn't really say that. You weren't the first. You're probably the second target of ire. The first one being the Black Tortoise Promenade. That's how it was before, no matter what happened in Shanhaijing. The flowers falling, floods, lightning strikes. Everything is my fault. That is my role. It means bearing all the responsibilities without making excuses. That is what the position of Shanhaijing's president entails. But for now, it's time for a nap. I'm just kidding. I mean, probably, but I should try getting some rest. I mean, that was kind of obvious. Loud door. Oh, right, there's cells. How have you been, President Kaguya? Never been more at ease, thanks to you, Executive Officer Mina. It doesn't look like it. Did you mean what you said? It's not polite to point out lies, even if they are obvious. Then I'll ask you bluntly, why did you plot such a thing? It was for the sake of loyalty, that is all. You performed at Peking Opera in front of the Red Winter visitors and Ginramon on top of daring to hurt the president. What does that have to do with loyalty? If I could, I would expel you, and even that wouldn't feel like enough. I see you are still a dim-witted loyalist, Executive Officer Mina. Real loyalty is doing anything to oppose the president when she makes the wrong decision. By wrong decision, do you mean inviting the visitors from Red Winter? Wasn't the Peking Opera Club the one who raised concerns at that point? Being loyal to a president whose actions don't align with the ways of the world can never be proper loyalty. The president is certainly intelligent and wise, but she's arbitrary about the issue she chooses to resolve. What? Don't you know? I'm talking about Kai's expulsion. Where are you going with this? Thanks for coming all the way over here. About what's going on with Eastern Alchemy Society in Shanhaijing. No, it's no use asking you now. The internal police investigation of the Eastern Alchemy Society is narrowing things down. I had no choice but to ditch the Eastern Alchemy Society. But if you disappeared now, wouldn't that make you look guilty? It was my only option, and they can't do anything now anyway. I'm sure they do. I sure do meet a lot of goody two-shoes like you and Kaguya, don't I? Speaking of, what did you talk about with the president of the Peking Opera Club that night? Nothing remarkable. I'm just asking because Kaguya mentioned she would reinstate me with the Eastern Alchemy Society. Excuse me? What are you talking about? Shintai Kai reinstated to the Eastern Alchemy Society? Nonsense. No, that itself is the way of nature and the proper path. Don't you agree that the process through which the president expelled Kai was excessively radical and abnormal? Okay, well, the thing I would need to understand is what did Kai do that made her lose the process of being the president? If that was radical and abnormal, then drastic measures for drastic situations. Kaguya got by Kai, huh? Yeah, seems so. It was not stated. But yeah, Kai definitely is manipulating people, and Kaguya is just right now currently falling prey to it. Granted, this is one of the downsides to people who are so heavily invested in causes. When they feel that cause is threatened, they will lash out on anything that they do. This is not limited to more traditionalist things. This is literally like any ideology that feels that that ideology itself is threatened can potentially lash out. I don't know who that is, but she's my wife. It'd be that way. Which one, C? Kaguya or Mina here? Also, did I read that right? Yes. On top of bypassing the appropriate process and executing a prompt expulsion, those records were completely erased and there's hardly anyone who knows about Kai. Okay, at the same time, Kai is also one of the 7. Which that is already... What are they... Isn't this like the absurdity argument? Both is good, sips tea. Fair enough. Isn't this like the absurdity argument, though, where it's like somebody who is well beyond... see why she is in NPC jail. Well, I mean... Sure, I guess, but so was Rio, so was a lot of other characters that have been in NPC jail for a long time too. Some of them making really bad mistakes, but it's like, you know, people will definitely change their viewpoint. My life is an absurdity argument. See, I have no idea how to feel about that statement. Oof. Oh, I see. I don't look at things for puns all the time. I don't consider where she's at right now. Yeah, I see. They probably don't even know about the 7. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is like, Kai herself is already so far from the norm that what I would honestly say Kisaki did is probably the proper response. because of who Kai is. Like, I don't think Kaguya necessarily understands that, which is fine because this is one of those circumstances where this, Shanhaijing's been relatively sheltered. So they might not necessarily know about that status. I will keep Rio in line. I'm pretty sure you don't have to worry about that. He pulls the strings to people who easily... Yeah. Bruh. Chill, yo. I don't know. Maybe whatever they eat? I don't know. Don't ask me that question. I don't know. Yeah. There's hardly anyone who knows about Kai. Still, copycat crimes had to be prevented. What's more, if she had followed every single step of the process, Shintani Kai's expulsion could have taken over a year. Think about how many victims there could have been during that time. Regardless, everything must happen by the book. No, not though. There are What are you going to do when something that is not normal and not written in the book happens? There's a joke about, like, laws in countries in both locally or nationally. There's the reason why if the rule exists, somebody broke it. Like, generally a rule exists because somebody broke it and they had to address it. So you have to look at the argument about everything being by the book from the point of view that not everything, the book had to be created at some point, which means that every individual thing in here happened at some point, meaning that not necessarily everything was there in the first place. So you still have to, like, this is still a case where things are, a new thing happens, somebody has to address it, a new rule gets added in the book. So it's, eesh. There's a yeah. It's one of those things where it's just like, you could do it by the book, but when something is not in the book, what do you do then? And that's definitely Kai's case. Even if it's the president, Shanhaijing school regulations cannot be violated arbitrarily. If we don't respect the school's regulations, then we are undermining the very institution that gave the president her power over Shanhaijing. We didn't discuss anything particularly remarkable, but it was definitely amusing. She mentioned that once I'd been reinstated to the Eastern Alchemy Society, I would then be re-expelled according to proper procedure. But that gives you the time to do whatever horrible things you want to do. Then she said those records and the truth behind them would be widely distributed to ensure I became an example. That sure sounds like something the Peking Opera Club president would say. Did you intend to accept that offer? At first, I was amused by her talk of reinstating me in the Eastern Alchemy Society. It's why I suggested that Kaguya write a new Peking Opera. Kaya's wife nuts. See, you can't just go and claim everybody. One, chat's gonna fight you for some of them. Unless you're gonna say, unless it's like Oz or Lane, where I could just make the argument of, okay, look, none of you have to fight over any ship girls. Y'all live in your own timelines. There, have fun. You don't gotta worry about it because every copy of a ship girl is individually personalized. Oh no, not that joke from the freaking Mario 64 one. We all live in our Ogivotos. I don't know. I mean, considering the fact that we have Shiroko Terror from a different timeline. Make of that what you will. What if each sensei is his own time? Then none of you have to fight over it. It's the same ruling I'll make for Azur Lane. You don't have to fight over anyone. There. Done. First, I don't play AL, so I have to use someone else's Helena. I mean, I'm sure there is a universe that exists where a commander does not actually exist. Therefore, you could probably find said Helena. Because you have to look at the concept of multiple timelines and all perspectives. They may not have a character. They may have a character that doesn't actually exist in ours. They may not have a commander. Yippee! I could just hear that. Yippee! That's why you want to reinstate Kai and re-expel her. Dummy, do you really think that would be possible? That Kai would even accept that offer. Kaguya is a student of Shanhaijing. She has no reason to refuse. That's how it should be. Everyone is so close-minded. If by some small chance Kai doesn't accept, I'll make her. And if she doesn't, then what? What does the authority of and power of Genrumon's president exist for? Okay, here's your new question. What are you protecting, Shanhaijing or Kai? Why does Genrumon president seem to have more power than other Academy Student Council presidents? Hierarchy? I mean, it's the same reason why the Student Council president is always gonna, like, any Student Council president's gonna be at a higher up in the totem pole than the club presidents. I mean, I was a club president. I had nowhere near as much power as a Student Council president. This is not a hard argument. Hi, RC. Wait, she's out here. Oh no. Should everything be done for the sake of following Shanhaijing's customs? People tell me I'm stubborn a lot, but this punk is on another level. What about after I returned to the Eastern Alchemy Society? I probably would have ignored all of Kaguya's ideas. Reinstatement, then an expulsion, just so I can follow the proper process? Do you really think I would do that? Yeah, like, Kaguya's foolish in this. But isn't that also kind of betrayal? You think she cares? At this point, do you... At this point, do you think I care? Pre-read. No, I didn't pre-read. I swear, I didn't pre-read. I've worked a long time for this. I even had to suffer the humiliation of relying on the Corrections Bureau. Okay, you know what? I can agree with you on that one. But, but still, I gathered my strength and waited for the right time. And that time is now. This is like some Machiavellianism right here. I will take back what is mine, and no one will stand in my way. Go, tell them. I'm back. I'll go tell them I'm back. Oh! What exactly happened at the Peking Opera Performance Hall? Do you happen to know? Well, that's enough about that. Wait, this is unfair. The Eastern Alchemy Society has nothing to do with this. It's just a witness interview, so please come with us, President Saya. Are you familiar with the story of the monkey's paw? Oh, okay. I'm interested. Oh no, a rat!
It's a rat!
Some things don't fit in simple terms, like Shanhaijing's past. Things are complicated. The Peking Opera Club's purpose is there in the name. Is she like the same? Is Kaguya the same like animal as Tsubaki, or are they different animals? Does anyone actually know that? I won't tell you not to worry. That's practically impossible for you. But even if you left me behind, I would always be yours. That's some good loyalty from her. Many say she's a tiger. Really? I guess she's not sleepy, maybe. I don't know. I can make you better, Kisaki. After all, I'm the one that poisoned you. I love that I am on a similar wavelength with the writer. I love this so much. He's not escaping the pre-read allegation. What do you mean? I literally just unlocked the scene today. That doesn't work like that. Hawk is Kai, but Isekai. No, not the truck. I don't want to get hit by the truck. Honestly, it's kind of obvious at this point. It really is. But being able to nail that the writing to the same point is almost identical. Alt account. Yeah, I have an alt account where I have 100% of the game. But now officially. Oh gosh, you're doing the AI chats with that. Okay. So how will the other three prisoners be? Interesting. Very interesting. He isn't pre-reading. He wrote the script. Which is more evil? This or the Ginraman officer taking bamboo from a panda? This. So this is honestly, I think it's Machiavellianism, which is actually one of the dark triads. I gotta make sure if I can spell it right. Machiavel. I'm gonna butcher the spelling on it. Oh my god, I spelled it right. Holy crap. Nah, here, I'll put it in chat if people want to look up what it actually is. That is not what I wanted. There you go. It's in chat if you want to look it up yourselves. But it's a Machiavelli. I don't normally like think about that word, so it's like having to like spelling it out is I don't have it memorized. I'll put it that way. Macchiato. No, not macchiato. Very different. Supposed to be the sins is no. This is like I'm more on the lines that they might be close to. Machiavellianism isn't pride. It's far from pride. Well, it can be, but it's usually because, like, you have to remember so the dark triad is three traits: narcissism, psychopathy, and psychopathy. Sorry, psychopathy and Machiavellianism. The general rule of thumb is everybody has at least one. So Machiavellianism is a very, very, very different thing, and it's probably actually more sinister. Because, like, look at it this way: wrath in itself is terrifying. It's violent, can be very, very acute, could cause a lot of horrible things to happen. But a Machiavellianism is wrath with patience. And that's honestly where things get really bad. So lawful evil in D&D, I guess? I've never actually thought about the lawful, like the lawful, the chaotic, and those. And was it neutral? I think the last one's neutral evil, neutral good, neutral. I don't know what it's called. I don't really know much about the. I just know people generally refer to me as chaotic neutral. It fits for Kai for sure, but yeah, it's true. Thank you. True evil, true neutral, true. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, like that's the thing about Machiavellianism is like it's wrath but worse, I would say. Cuz like when I think about like Machiavellianism, it's one of those things where it's like imagine you've wronged this person. This person will now take the time to figure out how to ruin you in every possible aspect of life and take years to do it all. If it means slowly turning every single friend that you know against you, finding ways to hurt your entire, like, to hurt your family either by, like, financial ruin or a whole bunch of other things, they would find ways to do it. This is a person that has basically dedicated their life to ruining you. They don't have any empathy. They are like hyper focused on this particular thing. This particular interest of theirs. And that is usually something really horrible. Thanos screwing over that one random guy named Dave. Thanos is not really that case, though, because Thanos was at random. If it would be different if it was a case... So, like, if we're going to use the Thanos analogy here, let's say that there is a guy named Dave. When Thanos snaps his fingers to do whatever he needed to do, he's not wiping out half of the world. What he's doing is each snap of the fingers, you lose something precious. That could be, you know, one of your loved ones suffers a major medical incident, and you lose them. Maybe the company you work for goes out of business. Maybe you get falsely accused of a crime. A whole bunch of things that happen in sequence that, when put together, ruin you. This would be where it's more targeted, not just randomized. So Thanos actually is, as weird as it is to say, a Machiavellian person versus Thanos. Thanos is actually a much better person than that person. Like a Bomb on Richard. No, not Bomb on Richard. Bomb on Richard isn't really thinking about that. She's patient, sure, but she doesn't have her... Look at it from the perspective of, like... I know this is a weird example to make. There is the degrees of... I don't know how many people know the degrees of murder. I know this is probably the weirdest topic to talk about on this, but you have third degree, second, and first. So I believe if I remember correctly, third degree was completely by accident. There was no intention, no planning at all. Second degree was you were planning it out, but the target wasn't necessarily of choice. The first is everything was planned. So look at it this way as, you know, you didn't mean to do it. You had planned to do it, but you didn't know who it would. You intended to do it, but you didn't know who would fall victim to it. And the highest tier is you intended to do it. You knew who you were going to do it to. Thanos would be second. A Machiavellian is first. That's probably the best way to look at those trio. Bonham Richard is in the secondary category. So she has intentions to do certain things, but she doesn't necessarily know the intricacies of what she's going to end up doing to people. She just knows that that's what she's doing. If that makes sense. See. Meanwhile, see over here with her Machiavellianism to use sense in the donation. I like how murder is on the first degree is the worst, but third degree burns are the worst. Yeah, that's kind of a weird system. It is, yeah, because like that, I do agree with that. Third degree, second degree, and first degree. Yeah. It is kind of we're not consistent on that. But at the same time, you have to look at it from the perspective of one's in the medical field, the other is in like the law field. So they're gonna look at it differently. So Machiavellian is manipulating something or someone to suit your liking. Somewhat. It can be that way. So you can, but it's not necessarily someone. It could be people around a specific person. So like for example, if you wanted to if you wanted to ruin somebody's social life, you could spread rumors and a whole bunch of things and actually make it to where all of those people no longer trust that person. And they all slowly separate from that person. That'd be one good example of Machiavellianism in that case. It's manipulating people around a specific target. Again, you got to look at it from a point of goal of the ends justify the means. This is my goal. I'm going to do anything I can to make it possible. So, yeah. I would kind of look at Kai this way. Anyway, that was a tangent. Many students suffered and struggled. And you want me to let you back in with no consequences just for my own benefit? Hi, Sensei. Hi, Shunling.
Hang on. Here you go, chat. Here we go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. This is what you want, right?
This is what chat wants when they see little one. This is why I say influence is most dangerous. Oh, yeah. Like, that's why the infamous, what is it? There's power of the purse, power of the, what do I call it? Power of the purse, power of laws? I forget what they call it. And there's a third one. The third one is power of the mind. Power of the mind is the dangerous of the three. Tiny Shun is the most dangerous Shun. I guess so. Hey, Sensei. Oh, that's it. And that's it. I'm gonna roll for Kisaki. I do kind of. I'm starting to like her. Yeah. I would definitely say I would consider it. But we have the Ewok right now. For now, it's Ewok. But yeah, that was definitely a pretty good story. I mean, I was kind of surprised how much it shows. It's very different. It kind of feels like I think the weirdest thing about this event, because it's like when I think about event stories, I'm used to it being around a group of characters. Yeah, sure. You had Red Winter there. They were there as to be part of it. But in all honesty, this felt more like it should be its own volume than an actual event. That's kind of the weirdest thing about it. Like, that's like probably my biggest critique of this particular event is I feel like there was enough things they could have focused on there to make it a volume. Because that could be like the Shanhaijing arc at that point. Because there was so much focus on Kisaki. There was so much focus on Shanhaijing. Yeah. And, like, the internal dilemma and, I guess, politics in a way, of that particular school, that I felt like it feels weird that they put it in an event. Because, like, every single school has had, well, okay, not really. A lot of schools have had their own volumes representing, like, stories centered around them, and I feel like this one is more fitting of that than for Shanhaijing than it would be for an event. Which is, it's fine that they did it this way. I just feel like this was kind of a major, like, subplot that, if I really should be its own volume. I like how we have the pink petals here too, we just came from an event that had pink petals, and look, we have more of them. Now I have to go. Bye. All right, see you, Mirko. Have a good one, man. Yeah, Hyakuyaku had its own numerous events before it got into its chapter. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't see an issue with that at all. And maybe that is the case. We got a couple more events because like Shanhaijing is a very small, very small school right now because there's not a lot of characters for it. But maybe that is just the way it is. But this, I just felt like when you compare the Hyakyako events, which was mostly like the first one was centered around Izuna and the festival. Then the second one, which was it was the resort island, wasn't it? Because that one had Izuna swimsuit and I forget her name. Shizuko swimsuit. I think that was the second one. Or was that Abydos' event? I don't remember. It was like a weird one because that was like a split. There was the Abydos side and then there was the second one was the ninja. Second one was the ninja club. Yes, the second one was the ninja club. That's the ninjas, and then they were protecting Ibuki from Gehenna. Okay, that's right. Third was summer. Okay. But yeah, like when you think about those events as a whole, they don't focus on the school as much. They're focusing more towards that group or that character. You know, in the case of the first one, Izuna was the centerpiece of it, which, you know, she did a good job. She was a adorable character for it. It didn't go too deep into Hyakyako, but it got us a little bit familiar with it. It did a good first impression and establishment of it. I'm realizing like this now, like the more I analyze story, the more I'm like starting to become more critical of how writing is, which is really funny because it's like the more I do this, the more I've like looked at Enfield and I'm like, man, the story really could use some work. Oh boy. But yeah, like it set up good ground for it. And even the second one with the ninjas, it didn't get a whole bunch of things in it, but it did kind of introduce some few more characters, talked about a little bit more about Hyakyako, but didn't go deep into it yet. This one being an event and going deep into Shanhaijing is just different. Am I upset about it? No. I mean, I'm actually really curious how if there is going to be a Shanhaijing volume, what they're going to have in it. Back to chapter. It did. But what I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of like the individual school itself. I'm not looking at the big picture. I'm looking at specifically just the school. See ya, E. Have a good one, man. Have I seen the new JP event? I don't generally look at events outside of global. Mostly because I don't want to spoil myself, and as much as all of you make the jokes about me being a pre-reader. But no, like I look at it from that perspective of like the events weren't as huge. They did establish some stuff about the school, but none of them came as, I don't feel like any of them came as like heavy at setting up a bunch of stuff as this event did for Shanhaijing. So that's why I'm kind of like, I feel like, yeah, it talks about some of the basics, and then this one went like super deep. And I don't really think any of the other events have done that caliber of it. Rounds during the return of Panja. Oh no. Fair enough, I guess. I think you already mentioned jury alter anyway, which is fine. But no, like it's again, this is not a negative. I wouldn't say this is a negative. It just is odd that it feels like it is such a huge event, and they had a preview for the next one on it. Like, it makes me really feel like it shouldn't be an event. It should be its own story. I guess they probably didn't know how to really introduce Shanhaijing without like Red Winter or somebody being there to kind of justify the story a bit, which is fine. But I feel like at this point we're looking at a volume for Shanhaijing rather than events. So that's probably the way I would put this. The intention is interesting. Yeah. So, like, overall though, it was very good. I was pretty happy with it. Like, I can understand the arguments that both sides are making. Unfortunately, I do feel like Kaguya was very much manipulated by it, which I can't really falter because, you know, like I said, ideologies that feel threatened are going to do anything to preserve the ideology. This applies to any and all ideologies. There's probably so many parallels you can draw right now, really. But, very much introductions to the schools, but I don't feel like they went this deep. I still don't feel like they went this deep. Because, like, it would be... Like, the equivalent of this would be... Well, I mean... It would be like they made a whole event. They made a whole event story that centered around, like, Hina's, like, nature. Like, yeah, she's like I said, we've talked about this before, where she's this powerhouse of a character, but even then, she still breaks down. But, like, focusing on that particular aspect of her, I feel like would be better in a main storyline plot. And it was. It was in the Eden Treaty. It wasn't a major plot point of Eden Treaty, but it still was a part that did build development to it. But what I mean is that I felt like something of that caliber, going that deep into a character and starting to focus more towards the character than the actual school, I feel like that belongs more towards an event, or sorry, more towards a main storyline than it does anything else. This has grown out of the small stat. Yeah, it really did. It's kind of a big school now. We see from the outside, this is Nexon's way of training their new writers before they touch a main story. Fair point. That's a very good point. Because I don't actually know what was the first event that, you know, went live after, like, the whole fracture of Nexon's, like, team. Like, when did this, are we at that point now where that's already happened? Because I do kind of feel like if this is the new writers already, then I feel like they're doing pretty good. It's still very readable, which is fine. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Oh, so... Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think they did pretty good. Okay, it's time to sleep. Bye. Alright, have a good one. So yeah, this was technically the first event after that. Okay. Yeah. You know, if that's the case, if this is the new writers, I feel pretty good. It probably won't be exactly perfect. They might not get the characters exactly, but honestly, this was not a bad story writing. Because it touches on a lot of topics that made a lot of sense. Then again, they also could be working off of cliff notes that they had that the previous writer might have left behind, which is okay. But it's still a case of it's still their writing. I mean, I feel like they did a pretty good job with it. It was still still somewhat predictable, but you know, they did a good job setting everything up. When they were focusing on Kisaki about how frail she was, they really did a good job being very explicit in that scene, where they really show, like, it's small, it doesn't mean much, but they, like, the way that she kind of, like, got up or sat up and kind of leaned against us and all that stuff kind of really showed how, like, that moment was kind of important. So it's like, I feel like they're not bad. They're doing good so far, if this is the new writer. I just thought of Saya as a goofball, but she's got some serious moments here. Yeah. What do you mean, Hawk? You were always the lead writer for Blue. Oh, wait. So, but yeah, no, I think they've done a good job. If this is the new personnel, that's really well done. So, I'm feeling pretty good about it. We'll have to see, because You know, they could have one good one and, you know, the rest of them bomb, but it seems like so far, I mean, I haven't heard any major blow-ups yet, so. This event has pretty much used multiple gags as plot points, really. It kinda has, yeah. But at the same time, I think some of them were pretty well executed. Because, like, I think they could have chose any school for this. But the one that they chose was Red Winter, which is the one that would respond hilariously to the circumstances of the events, like, points. Which I think was honestly one of the best ways they could have gone with it, because it is... Oh, pretty cool. Oh, no, it's fine. Like, the plot point, like, I think the point still stands. Like, they executed them perfectly. It wasn't a negative. Like, nothing I think one of the funniest lines on that was, Makina basically going, no, they weren't even, if this was a coup, they weren't really trying. I'll show them. Like, that was great. I liked that. I played off of that, like, again, it's that, Blue Archive has been consistent at keeping serious moments and good gags. And that perfect balance has been something I've thoroughly enjoyed with Blue Archive. It doesn't like throw out its seriousness and for the sake of comedy. But it still keeps it in there to lighten the mood after a major serious event happens. Like, for example, the whole thing with Shiroko Terror, with Hoshino, all of that ends there, and then they're sitting there just like it ends with Unwelcome School and the Shiroko's fighting each other. And then, of course, Shiroko using Shiroko Terror's line against her. Like, that was pretty funny. It was a good ending to a very serious scene. Like, it lightened it up. It did what it needed to do. You know, the gravity and weight of that moment had already passed, and they did the best way to lighten it up, and that's what I honestly was happy with. So I think they've done, as long as they can maintain that balance, I feel like they don't lose their identity as their story. Because that's honestly, I think, one of their strongest points for their story writing. Is, yeah, it may not be, like, their world building may not be as, because Arknights has a pretty good world building, it's just their story writing is too long. And Blue Archive doesn't necessarily cover that world building as strong as Arknights does, but honestly, the way that they execute their writing style is honestly a lot more preferable, because it's that good balance that keeps, you're there for the serious moments and you're also there for the good laughs. Like, that's the way I look at how this story is written nowadays. Is it's a good combination of both. You're there, you stay because you're curious, and then you show up because you're curious. You stay because for the laughs and the serious parts. So I'm happy with that. And it's honestly, I would say, the main reason I still play this game as much as I do, even if I don't, well, as much as I still stream it, I should say, because I don't want to play as much as I do, because I think the people in my club could clearly be like, well, no, like, I still stream this game, I still like the story, so I'm really happy with that. I think that's probably the main reason I'm still sticking around, is because I want to know more about how the story of this game goes. Save for the drama and the meme. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's honestly, like, if I had to really talk about Blue Archive, like, it's a game that's mechanics I hate, but it's story I love, which puts me in a really weird position, but it's not a bad one, because it shows how powerful a story can be for a game. I don't need to read essay in Blue Archive. Yeah, Arknights has that problem. Oh yeah, let me read chapter 14 6 hours later. I'm sure all the world building they've been doing is incredible. I mean, I honestly like where they're going with it now. So we'll see. But anyway, that is all I have time for this evening. We've been going for a pretty good amount of time. And yeah, it's been pretty fun. I'm glad I was wanting to cover this event earlier, but I didn't really have as much time as I was hoping for this week because of how work's been. But hopefully I will be able to I should be able to cover things much better once I get back after next week. So I'll be gone next week, but I should be able to get back into the other things once I'm back from that trip. But yeah, tomorrow will be Azerlane, the new event that comes out, new girls that come out, everything. I'm still thinking viewer pools are okay, so I'll go ahead and keep a small list. I'm not gonna necessarily, I don't want people to, if they can't make it, it's fine. But I'm not probably gonna do too many because I'm gonna do both the entirety of the lore as well as viewer pools tomorrow. It's gonna be a long one. I'm already having to prepare for that mentally, so. Don't worry, it's not like it's a burden or anything. I actually enjoy those long streams. So, but yeah. Goal for tomorrow will definitely be AL. I'll see if I could start as early as I can. The problem is, I'll have to see how work's gonna... I might just tell them I have a hard stop at 5 and deal with that. So I'll start earlier, and if I go longer, it is what it is. So I'm not that worried about it. So anyway... that is the plan for tomorrow, and then hopefully everyone enjoys their time with the event on that game, as well as any other things that do come out. I have calc homework tomorrow. Oof, I remember those days. So, anyway. Hope you all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, and evening. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow for some Azerlane stuff. So, have a good one, and see you guys all again real soon.